Okay, we're going to start with Megyn Kelly twice here, which I wasn't expecting either one.
The photography alone evidences the hatred.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. So there's two videos about Megyn Kelly here. And one I saw last night, and I showed it to my wife. It's hilarious. It's this one. And then there's a longer one at the AmFest that's very telling. Both these things are. I have something in between I want to show you that's so effed up at the AmFest, but let's start here.
That this magazine has for all of the Trump administration. I'm going to show you a couple of the up close photos. You pose for a photo for Vanity Fair, a headshot. I think the common understanding.
Boom. Now, many of you guys maybe are not aware of, I have this hidden talent where I can just stop a photo, I can stop a video, and the person will look like shit. Like it happens over and over again. Sometimes I put some effort into it, but 95% of the time it happens organically. It's something that we do. It's like, you're shitting on people. Because oftentimes you can see when you look at somebody's face, there'll be glimpses of their internal world. It's some of the way that you read people on a spiritual level. You can read their inner condition. And once in a while they display their inner condition. And my brother who started doing the meditation with me, and he's very, gross kind of person, very hard person. He was in war and, had sexual addiction, and he was, banging prostitutes and all these kind of things. And he left his wife on his son's birthday for another woman. It was a whole fucking, ordeal in the family. He was 17 years older than me, and I lived with his family for a bit. So I was like, he was like almost like a fatherly figure, and my nephews were like my brothers, kind of. And so, I wasn't close with his ex-wife, but, I felt bad for her when this stuff happened. And the woman he went with was batshit crazy. Like, they ended up moving in. I lived in a 3-story apartment, a house with 3 apartments, 3 levels of apartments. And the owner lived on the bottom floor, and I lived on the top floor, and my brother moved in beneath me with this girl. This woman, she was crazy. Nobody liked her. And they had these horrible fights, and she would make these really weird paintings. Like, she called herself an artist, but they were not good quality. And they had this fight, and she did this painting. It was supposed to be her and him, and she sliced it up with a razor blade. And I come down to his apartment. He's like, "Do you think I should be worried?" I'm like, "Yeah, this kind of thing. We end up with like your dick in a jar, right?" Like she was that kind of crazy. And like some years when they were kind of breaking up, they stayed together for like a couple of years, but it was always a tumultuous relationship. And there's a picture of her, and she looked like a scared little girl. Like she was probably 35 years old, 40, I don't know. My brother was, I don't know, in his 50s, maybe, I don't know how. She was younger than him and older than me. And and he said, "I think this is her inner condition, like this, like scared little girl who's, puts on a false front because she's, and sometimes you see their inner condition. Sometimes it's of their higher nature, right? You see someone who looks like a saint, like there's a moment where you can see their divinity within them, right? I saw this with Kamlesh when I was in the airport waiting for the master of the Sajmark system, and that was one of the reasons I thought he would make a good successor, but he ended up, not doing that. Like I saw, a higher developed nature. And so sometimes you see people's higher nature, and sometimes you see their lower nature. And, right here, that's her lower nature, right? And they got her, and of course it's Vanity Fair. What the fuck do you think was going to happen? You have these democratically leaning liberal organizations. You don't think they're going to try to fuck you over? The same way Trump is fucking them over? Like Trump is in a hostile relationship with the left. In America, really. I mean, Trump is a hostile person, and you are part of that fucking hostility. This is a war, and, this pictures aren't something you should whine about.
Would be that you're going to get a 3/4, like a top third of your body, portrait, like from the chest up. Look at Susie Wiles. Can you see this on your monitor? It's worse than a mugshot. It's even in the mugshot, they give you a little bit of collarbone.
She's got no collarbone.
Listening audience, it's literally from her chin up to her forehead. in a facial expression that where she looks like shocked. And it does look mugshotty. It's not flattering, and she actually is a beautiful woman. You can easily get a good shot of Susie Wiles. Look at Caroline Levitt. That is Caroline Levitt. I'm sorry, but it's such an extreme close up. It doesn't even look like her. You can't even tell it's her, but it is. It's her, but you can see the little needles from where she clearly had her lips done, which is something a lot of women do.
Okay, so she is like 28 or something. She's like in her 20s. She's not even 30 years old, and she's getting. I did a piece on this, right? And I haven't talked about this in a while, but plastic surgery doesn't work. It makes you look inhuman. Like you're getting old, and there's something wrong with you if you. I mean, obviously there's something wrong with everybody, and there's a lot of things to do with physical appearance, but there's a self-hatred that exists for human beings that when they get old, you're not willing to accept being old. And I understand it's a little bit different for women, and there's a pressure there, but she's in her 20s. Like, she's in her fucking 20s. Like, if you're doing this in your 20s, what's your fucking face going to look like when you're 40 or when you're 60, right? You're fucking up your face, and she's got all these little fucking dots here, which is completely fucked up. There's this, I don't know what it was, like a place where these nurses were bragging about all the number of, it was a commercial or something, procedures they've gotten. And there's girls in their 20s who got like 20 different injections of Botox and these, other procedures. Let me go to Megyn Kelly's thing here. And you see the pores here. I mean, they fucked her, right? This is bad. But, like, what do you think's going to happen? Like, you've been to, like, this is the fake Christian Barbie truther. These people are obnoxious, just like the left wing was obnoxious. You didn't bask in Kamala's laugh. Like, you guys didn't mock the shit out of Kamala's laugh or any of these Hillary Clinton's looks or any of these things, right? You guys always did beautiful photos of Kamala Harris and Michelle Obama. Like, you weren't reveling in her the way that her shoulders were so broad and she looked like a man. Like, you never once talked about Michelle Obama being a possible man or any, so this is like what's happened. It's a war between the left and the right. And this is what happens when you fucking make yourself vulnerable to the Vanity Fair magazine.
But that is 100% by design. They wanted to embarrass her.
And you're not helping, bro.
Like, fuck you. So you know what?
No, fuck you. Because like, you guys want to Trump is throwing fucking haymakers at people and tweeting about them and fucking, doing shit as a president and bullying people. And so fuck you. Like, like you guys, you could have taken Trump down when you didn't have to back him for president, and you don't have to back him now. He's a piece of shit. His organization is a piece of shit, and these people that work for him are all sucky, horrible pieces of shit. And like, and yeah, Biden sucked too, but you guys all suck, and you're creating this hostile environment. And so
I don't get my lips done, but I do get a bunch of needles in my face so they can inject a bunch of botulism in there and poison my forehead muscles.
Yeah, why are you laughing about that, bro? Right? That's not fucking funny. So you want people to come here and trust your judgment, right? Like, you want people to come here. What is she, like 45, 50? Well, she's probably, like old, right? And you want people to trust your judgment, and that's what you do. And like, she's already admitted to getting extensions, with Erika Kirk. It's all fake. And I understand women live under a different level of pressure. I'm not minimizing that. But like, makeup or whatever, yeah, maybe a reasonable amount. I don't know what it is. But like, you are what you are. Like, you look like what you look like. People spend way too much time trying to make their external appearance better. And when you're a shitty person inside, when you're filled with hatred and you're filled with anger and hostility and narcissism and you're disconnected from the divinity within you, it starts to show up on your face. You might be someone people consider beautiful physically when you're younger, and by the time you get older, it's just there on your fucking face, right? You can see it with all these people, and then they're trying to cover it up like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, or The Portrait of Dorian Gray. You ever see that movie? This guy, he's got a portrait, and he looks great, but his portrait is like this demon, this monster, right? Like he's somehow been able to make his portrait absorb all of his evil. Like he's a horrible person, but he looks good and he's got charisma and he's able to, lure people in based in that. So, but if you invest in your the spiritual side, you're going to have this spiritual glow, and you're going to get older and you're going to get wrinkled. You're going to get all those things, but people look at you and they'll feel good. There's this, like they'll see it, like they'll feel it, like there's this light emanating from your internal system. And you can see it in people's eyes. You can see it, and you become, not sexually attractive, but attractive in a way that's appealing to people. Like people want to be around you and these things, as opposed to putting fucking poison in your face, and then you want people to listen to you and take your opinion on things, right? Like, well, why the fuck are you doing that to yourself? Like you're injecting shit that's poisonous right into your fucking face, only for appearance sake, and you're mutilating your face and you're putting all this shit in there that. It doesn't age well. We've seen it. Like, all these women who get these lizard-like faces. I mean, it's, plastic surgery is there for people who are, burn victims, or they're in a car crash, or they are born with a cleft palate or something. There's real, benefit to plastic surgery for the right circumstances, but it's not for vanity. Like, it shouldn't be for vanity. And you went to this thing called Vanity Press, and that's what you get, right? Like, the people who hate, this is how the hostile world that we've created by all these fucking fake-faced motherfuckers. Like, how can you take anybody serious that says, yeah, I'm injecting poison into my face? I mean, listen to what she's saying here.
Embarrass her. Like, fuck you. So she, you know what? I don't get my lips done, but I do get a bunch of needles in my face so they can inject a bunch of botulism in there and poison my forehead muscles. I don't think I'd appreciate it if that were close up on camera in Vanity Fair.
Yeah, but I mean, what's worse? People seeing that shit or you doing that to yourself, right? So that's completely fucked. So this woman is some horrible anti-truther, anti-conspiracy theorist. She was really hard on the anti-vaxxers. Like and she has a website and they feature on her NBC News, right? So she's a horrible person. And yet she gets to rightfully mock something here.
And you can see from behind me, this is a recreation of the tent where Charlie Kirk lost his life at Utah University in September. And people are taking selfies with it. You can see, and you...
Like, holy shit. Like, were you taking selfies with that? Like, oh, fuck. Like, it's so fucking bad, right? Like, just... Why would you do that? Like, why would this tent be up there? I mean, it makes everything a joke. Like, was it WWE? Like some performative bullshit? Like, it's just, I mean, All right, so I bet this is the highlight of this show, where they deal with the Erika Kirk and Candance stuff. And they're having to deal with it at America Fest, right? And Megyn Kelly, well, let's start here. Because at the beginning, it's equally fucked.
25.
Just when you think Turning Point can't go next level on the walkout, they can. They can shift to 11.
They switch to 11 with the sparkles, that bedazzled grieving widow. You mean that shit?
Megyn, I've got to ask, how does it feel to be on this stage without Charlie?
How does it feel? Fucking how does it feel, Megyn?
Oh, like you, Jack, I miss him so much.
You, Jack.
And this is how we would always do it, right? Because just for me, I prefer a Q&A. I just think it's more interesting than a speech. And we would sit at all of these things. And he was always so great, not to make you feel nervous, but he always knew exactly what question to ask. How to get you up and down in a
story. You're no fucking Charlie Kirk, Jack. You're like a substitute.
He had a very good judgment for what was interesting to the audience, too, and was always so generous with his time and his approach. So that, of course, I'm going to miss, but I can't believe it's been 3 months. In some ways, it feels like yesterday, and in some ways, it feels like another lifetime that we've seen him.
Exactly. It's just crazy like that. It's like time.
Right?
Somebody brought up an event I was at just a few days before Charlie's murder, and I remember thinking to myself, we were having lunch, and everything was totally normal. Everything was just normal life, and then suddenly God snaps his fingers and shows you that you are not in control. that he is in control, that you are a spectator, you are a reactor, you are someone who is living out God's will. And I think that's one of the biggest things for me that I've been, and look, it's not easy doing all this, but one of the things that I've been working hard to remember that God's will is absolutely paramount in all of this.
So I want to talk about this a lot because people in the West, America, Europe, white people for the most part, are very materialistic in their orientation. And, people, we've all trained to believe we're the doers. The first fall you have from divinity is I do. I do, I will, I am, right? I am is the first one. I am, which is separate from your own sovereignty, your own individuality. And so now you're on your own. Like you're separate from God. I'm the doer. I'm doing these things. I am. I exist. So when Jesus said, "I am that I am," it's like not a good. It's a moment of immaturity. I am that I am. That's not. That's not anything, right? That's not a good answer. But like the second master of the Sajmark system, they asked him about himself, and you really can't talk about yourself spiritually. You just because it's all credit goes to God, right? But he says, "I am what I ought to be," which is not many people could say that. Like I am what I'm supposed to be. I become what I'm supposed to be, right? And most of us aren't even trying, right? Like most of us aren't trying to be what we ought to be, right? But in that stuff, the use of the word I is a fall from divinity, right? Where God is one thing, God's there, and I am something different. I am, not God is, right? Not we are, not God is. We meaning the connection between you and God, right? The divinity between you two. And that you are part of the divinity. And so, it's difficult for people in the West to surrender to God and to believe God is the doer. And when you fail, and you go to these Eastern countries in the world where they surrender to God and say it's all God's will. And there's passivity. Oh, what can I do? It's all God's will. Why should I even try? It's all God's will. So there's this balance between your responsibilities and your duty and your work and your assignment and your service for God and whatever you're supposed to be as a person and your freedom of choice and your individuality where you can choose not to do any of those things and God's will, right? And so everybody struggles with that. And when bad things happen, people either blame God or say it's God's will, but then still blame other people. It's a huge problem. It's a problem for everyone. And for Christians, it's a specific problem because, Christians all believe that they have to do something. People in our culture, you're just some lazy piece of shit that doesn't want to contribute. We're supposed to be competitive. We're supposed to be successful. There's a lot of materialism in our Western culture and a lot of pressure for you to be materialistically successful, right? And so they have hard problems. Religious people, Christians have hard trouble because they don't have a connection with the divinity within them. They don't believe divinity is within them. I mean, it's not part of their thing. They believe God is separate from them. And it's like, God, why are you doing this, right? And so let's listen to this part. I want to conclude this point in a second.
I know, we don't have it all figured out. I'll tell you, I was backstage a little while ago, and I went to see Erika in her green room.
Her green room, she's got her own green room. It's like a palace in there. It's got a fucking spa, a sauna. She's got a couple of eunuchs that give her massages. And they have fans back there because it's Arizona. They have these palm leaves they put over and feed her grapes.
She's so strong.
Stick a feather down her throat so she can eat more food, like Purge.
She's the picture of class.
The picture of class. Said nobody ever about Erika J. Kirks.
But she was alone.
She was alone.
And I saw her, I met her for the first time backstage at one of these events, and she was with just their daughter, who was just a baby at the time.
Just a baby actress they put in there.
They didn't have their little boy yet. And she was seated, she looked so beautiful, she had her baby with her, Charlie was in and out of everything, it was crazy, we were in Florida, he was like sweaty, and she was just like an angel sitting there in the middle of the chaos, like completely
doing nothing and contributing nothing, not knowing what anything's going on.
Managing it and nonplussed. And I just couldn't help but seeing her backstage alone, thinking, it doesn't feel right.
Listen.
She shouldn't be alone. She should be with the love of her life. And that's why we have to make sure we get justice for the man who took him.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. This guy. 2 seconds ago, you're talking about how this was God's will, right? So we're going to get back into this. They're going to talk about capital punishment. I want to complete my thought on this, right?
And Megan, you were talking about this on your show recently, and you and I had a little conversation about it as well. And you said, can a Christian want that kind of justice? And can a Christian believe in that kind of justice? And it's a great question. It's something a lot of people wrestle with. And the Bible tells us that the sovereign is given the sword to wield justly. And so when you talk about things like the death penalty, when you talk about things like capital punishment, we understand that it is not done out of vengeance. It is not done out of anger.
Yeah, it's done out of vengeance and anger.
It is done, as Charlie said himself, out of valuing the life of the victim and showing that that life had worth, showing that that life had value. And by the way, it is a way to start to repay, I believe, as a way to start to repay the debt that's incurred by every single moment that was stolen from Erika, from his daughter.
Yeah, but you just said it was God's will, right? So this is where, you don't really have faith in God's will. Like, people struggle with applying their religious pursuits and also their spiritual life, even more importantly than their religious life, because, it's harder. It's much more, because when you're a spiritual person, then you're on the hook for your own spiritual journey. You're not surrendering to Jesus and hoping he takes care of you because of some bullshit thing you've been told by your religious indoctrination, right? But, he was saying about God snapped his fingers and Charlie disappeared, but now they're fucking, let's get this little motherfucking furry-loving little...
For his son, for every single Christmas, for every single holiday, for every single birthday, for every single baseball that'll never be thrown and caught, for not being able to walk his little girl down the aisle. That's a debt that needs to be paid.
That's right, Jack. And that's to say nothing of the debt that is owed to all of us.
The debt that's owed to all of us. We want fucking blood.
To everyone who is sitting here, who knew and loved Charlie in whatever way it worked for you. I mean, if Charlie could see that.
You know who else was given the death penalty? Jesus. Jesus got capital punishment, right? And there are a lot of people in the fucking audience screaming, crucify him, right, for no fucking apparent reason. Let's bring back the upside down crucifixion. Let's just start flipping it over, putting the cross upside down and start crucifying people again, right? You fucking fake fucking Christians. Because the official story, the people who put out the official narrative, made up whatever bullshit reasons. And again, if this happened, I don't know. Like, we don't even know. But 2,000 years ago, this is the story of Christ. The Roman government and the Pharisees said that Jesus was a criminal. Jesus was a threat to the greater good. And his crimes were worthy of being crucified. He didn't kill anybody. I mean, I don't know if they called him a murderer. Maybe they did. I don't know. I don't know what their list of crimes were. But what he was a spiritual person who was attempting to bring people up to a higher level of understanding of God. And that gets you killed in some places, and it did there. And, it was a bullshit official story. The same people now are pushing this narrative, and I'm not comparing this kid to Jesus, but they're pushing this narrative that, people who are known liars, people who didn't believe in the government, believed in all these conspiracy theories about other such events, many people who don't believe in this one either, because that's how the people think, and they're already calling for this kid's death penalty only on the word of corrupt law enforcement and federal government and mainstream media's reporting of this bullshit thing, right? And, this idea that it was God who did it, because, you walk this line, And in the Sajmark system, the meditation we do, there's, maxim number 7, which is be not revengeful for the wrongs done by others. Take them with heavenly gifts and be grateful. And maxim number 5, take miseries as divine blessings for your own good and be thankful. And there's a spiritual science behind this that, when your ego, which I've been talking about here, when your ego becomes a problem, you create your own creation and you start thinking of yourself, maybe in narcissistic terms, and, you're thinking of yourself as great. You think of yourself as the doer. You think you're responsible for your success, all these things. Just whatever your ego does. And these miseries help to burn off those impressions and help to humble you, right? And people come along and do that to you in the Maxim 7, right? That be not revengeful for the wrongs done by others. Take them as heavenly gifts and be grateful. When they're actually doing you a favor. Like your enemies are, sometimes the miseries and these things that people do to you are horrible things, but they help benefit you spiritually. And 2 people in my life, my ex and this guy Dodgy, who destroyed the Sajmark system and turned it into a cult, which is like fucking really bad. Both of those actions benefited me. Both of the evil that they did or negativity that they did. And so I'm grateful for it, even though, I don't respect either of those people because of just who they are and what they've done. Like they both, there's people who do bad things, but the bad things benefit you, so you're kind of grateful for it, and yet you understand that these people are, shitty. But people who fuck up and who are bad and evil people, who go against the will of God, most time they're already miserable. And then they have to suffer because God, everything's accounted for. And if it's your job as a policeman or a judge, or you're sitting on a jury to enact that suffering, you pray to God and you come up with what the right thing is. And it's easy for people to do that if they clear themselves of their own personal reaction. That's one thing, right? But other than that, you don't have to worry about it. Like people are so big in, like this kid owes a debt, based on the official story, this whole bullshit. But you said God was responsible. God snapped his fingers. But the other piece to this is, and this is more substantial, that all these people who believe this, why would you pray? Like if you believe that God was responsible for Charlie Kirk's death, then why would you ever pray again? Because if God wouldn't protect Charlie Kirk, and again, Charlie Kirk wasn't really a spiritual person or a religious person. He was, his intention was being a successful business person and being shackled up and using his Christianity to bring people in. But he was clearly an Israeli pawn and a big ego person that was, that was taking hundreds of millions of dollars that could have gone to helping people, instead of building this Republican organization to elect a piece of shit like Trump, right? Like he was a sellout, he was a Judas and not a Jesus. But if you believe Charlie Kirk is a spiritual person and God wouldn't protect him, and God, in fact, made this happen, then why would you ever pray again? Like, why would you pray when this is the kind of thing God will allow happen anyway, right? You think God, if people had prayed for Charlie Kirk, would have said, no, I'm not going to kill him, right? This is his destiny, but I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen. And for Christians, you believe God killed his own son. So why would you pray to God for anything? Like if God's willing to kill his own son and you're a piece of shit, you only did it because you're too much of a piece of shit to get there on your own, and that's what Christians believe, then why would you ever pray, God, can you prevent this misery from happening? When he's crucified his own son, and every one of the disciples they died horrible deaths, and all these Christian martyrs. But for you get to fucking, whatever, make sure that you're the fucking dress that you wanted to wear to prom or whatever, like the stupid shit that people pray for, that God's some kind of Santa Claus that's going to make these things come true. So the hypocrisy here is just off the charts. Let's get back to it.
He would be so proud. He would be so happy, be so lifted up by all of you. But we've all been robbed. We've all been cheated. And so, yes, we will both be watching that trial minute by minute, and I believe justice will be done.
I think it
Which
will.
is the death penalty. So she's already given this kid the fucking chair, right? When, clearly there's no real evidence. It's not enough to, the whole thing's fucked, right? We know it's fucked.
And I do believe that Charlie is watching us right now. And I'm sure up in heaven, I'm not sure quite what the radio schedule is, but I think Charlie's probably...
Yeah, you have no idea what heaven's like because you don't have a fucking body. So imagine, a place that isn't anything like any other place on the world, right? It's nothing like third dimensional reality. It's not any kind of physical. There's nothing physical there, and there's no shape or form. Like it isn't like some big-headed Charlie, like these pictures of Charlie and Jesus in heaven with Jesus' arm around him, like this weird bullshit. Because you don't know, because your religion sucks, and you're not spiritual, so you don't have a sense. Like when you start meditating, you start connecting to the divinity within you, you start experiencing the other side, the etheric side, where you'll be after death. It's one of the reasons to have a spiritual life, because you're already connecting to and being in that place, on a conscious level, where you feel the presence of God and you are, no longer in your physical body. It helps you make the transition. It makes, you're connecting, especially as you get older. But there's none of that shit because of the religion is, not telling you about that and thwarting your attempts or your ability to do so, right?
On from 9 to noon, and then from noon to 3 is Rush.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you think Rush Limbaugh's in fucking heaven? I mean, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Shekels, and Rush Limbaugh. You think they both made it?
And of course they do a handoff, because why not? But Megan, one of
Hand job or handoff, like Don Lemons and Chris Cuomo's.
the things that's come up in the wake of all of this, and people have said there's so much division in the movement, and is there divisiveness? Are there two sides? Are there fractures coming up? There's division, and Charlie was that uniter. So I'll just ask you the question as
he wasn't the uniter. So let's
interviewing here today. Do you think that there has been an inseparable rift in the conservative movement that we've seen since the death of Charlie?
I mean, there's a rift, but it was starting even before we lost Charlie, and it revolves around Israel. There just is. It's gotten worse without him. He was helping us navigate it. And this is another area in which I miss him so much, because I feel like Charlie and I were completely in lockstep on this.
Yeah, because you both want to stay shackled up, and you don't want to admit that Israel did evil shit, not just to the Palestinian people, but to the American government and their parasitic entity sucking off the American teat, and doing so by manipulating the media and all these other things, which is now out. And she's going to admit to something big here with all this.
And you guys may have seen the episode that we put out, what we re-released, of Charlie and yours truly talking about Israel weeks before he died, where we had a really powerful heart-to-heart on where we both were, who we were both ardent Israel supporters, and had both been extremely defensive of American Jewish people on college campuses getting harassed, and those hostage pictures getting torn down, and very outspoken about it and horrified by it. And then...
But not horrified by the amount of Palestinian children being killed. I mean, this is these fucking ghouls, right? These horrible fucking people. If you're going to buy into the official story, whatever it might be, this reality, and you're going to be calling for this kid's death penalty, accountability, and you're going to be, the patsy, and you're going to be talking about all the horrible things done to Israelis and Jewish people based in, the liberal protest, but you're not going to address the hundreds of thousands of dead children and, Palestinian people and that country being left in rubble when they were an unarmed people that don't have an army and based in an organization in Hamas that's being funded by Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government. Like an organization that's being funded and is an asset. And Bibi Netanyahu said that the reason was there's never going to be a two-state solution as long as Hamas is in control, so let's keep them in control. but they also did things, right? You're empowering these people to do things on your behalf, like these false flag events, so that they will also then make it, okay for you, give you permission to say, look what they did to us on October 7th or whatever that fucking day was. So now we get to go in there and commit a genocide and ethnic cleansing and claim this land for our own and do a land grab, right? And so no Christian should back that. Jesus wouldn't back it. Like, it's silly. Like, Jesus would see through all this bullshit, as would any spiritual saint in the Christian tradition, any of the saints that you uphold. None of them would be on Israel's side, right? And the way that Israel has made America suffer in terms of financially and in many other ways, in terms of our standing in the world, by puppeting our leadership and bringing us along. So her and Charlie were shackled up. Like, they wanted, here's the thing that she says here.
We had a discussion at the Student Action Summit in July where there was a passing comment about if Epstein was an intel asset, whose would he have been, which Charlie asked me. And I said it would make sense that it was the Israelis, since he was very close with the former prime minister and the former president. And
the former prime minister was this girl that died, the one who was suicided. Virginia Giuffre said, a prime minister, and there's only one. It was this guy, the guy she's talking about. I believe, because he was friends with multiple of these people. But this guy was a sadist and hurt her. And the more he hurt her, the more that she begged for help, the more that he got aroused. Right? So this is this girl being hurt by him. And, and she begged Epstein not to allow this guy to ever touch her again, right? Like, this was in her book. And so, like, think about that, right? This is what, this is...
Then we both got called anti-Semites, like by some legitimate Jewish organizations for that conversation. By the way, Benjamin Netanyahu would go on to say, I was right.
That Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad asset. So I've never heard it being confirmed by him, so maybe that's something that people know, but she's saying that. But more importantly here, because I've showed you that conversation, this conversation with Charlie. And Charlie says he still believes in the biblical land rights of Israel to claim the promised land. I mean, there's no land rights. There's no biblical land rights. God doesn't promise anything to people. God doesn't give any promises about anything of materiality. There's no promises from God. You never get a promise from God, right? Like, why does God have to make you a promise? Why would God ever fucking promise you anything? That's this bullshit Old Testament. It's not God that promised. That's people who are speaking on behalf of God say, yeah, God promised us this land. Yeah, you're a lying piece of shit. But the most important piece of this is, all that's important, is that she and Charlie, Charlie, was the biggest support of Israel. He went on these college campuses and talked these kids down from the obvious genocide. He was the worst shackled up piece of shit, right? And she was, with him on all that stuff. And the support for Israel for her is spanning, like she's going to talk about Fox News here in a bit, but it's spanning her whole career. And she's still supportive of them now. And after all that support, they turned on her in a fucking blink of an eye for, things that were true about Israel. Nothing that they said was even close to the level of true criticism and truth that you could unload about this parasitic fucking country that's, parasiting off the American people and the American taxpayer dollar and all the rest of it, right? And doing evil shit with the money and betraying America, the sinking of the U.S. liberty and spying on America, stealing nuclear secrets, all this stuff, all the spying, all the, control, all the media control, all the censorship, all the shit that they do, right? Like, it's been known about forever. But the fact that they turned on you like this means that they're not good. They're not this is not the people here. They're not all of them, but the people involved, they're horrible people. That you could be that good of a friend to Israel and you do one thing, which is telling the truth. This is a friend where you're telling a truth about your friend who's an abuser and spies on you, you're doing pedophile shit and doing fucking mass murders. Just doing and the same thing American government's done too. So it's not like, our government's so much better. or any of these governments around the world, but theirs is particularly manipulative because they're in such a desperate situation over there where they're doomed. Like they're surrounded by people that hate them, right? So there's in a bad place with no real assets, no natural resources. They're in a small country surrounded by a lot of enemies with no natural resources, and they're desperate to thwart off the inevitable, right? It's like Japan being in that ring of fire over there where all those, tsunamis and earthquakes happen, and they have all these nuclear power plants, and they're just, sitting there like a tinderbox, right? Oh, speaking of, my wife came in here a little while ago, so I saw there was a comment that said that Grindr, which I thought was just a hookup website, but apparently it's for gays. And my wife said, yeah, she wanted to look it up when she heard about it. She heard it on Reddit. That TPUS, this thing here that she's a part of, the Grindr hits are off the charts in the cities that they're in. It's every time. So there's all these gay people there hooking up, right, on Grindr. Like they come down, it's the TPUS gay, like I've always been saying. Like, and that's confirmation. I'm not looking that up now and probably won't, but it's been confirmed. At least it's being spread around there. If it's not true, it's at least true. Like it's true in a different way. And it's funny. But I would think they'd be hooking up with each other too, because they got all these twinks. They're in the valley of the twinks, right? And so, like they should have turned on Israel for the way Israel turned on them. These donors. And Charlie Kirk was starting to. And he wasn't navigating this correctly because everyone else was moving away from Israel, and his fans were, and Charlie had no choice. But he had taken so many shekels for them. He was in a very compromised position. So he had Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith do the work for him. And, the Israeli people weren't stupid, these guys in charge of this stuff. The Zionists weren't stupid. They'd give him hundreds of millions of dollars, and he was starting to undermine the message. And then this conflict, was heating up, and then he was killed. And so Israel becomes a prominent suspect, right? But she's not going to acknowledge any of that shit because she's also a shackled up piece of shit, right?
And we were both on our heels. But Charlie was with young people every day for a living, in particular young Republicans. And he was seeing what I was seeing in my neck of the conservative woods, which was this party's changing on the issue of Israel. I mean, when I was at Fox,
there's no position on Israel where, let's finish here.
You supported Israel, period. Like, no one was really interested in your actual opinion. You just supported Israel, which was fine for me because I did.
But why would you? Like, why would anybody? Like Tucker Carlson, when he laid out, again, he's a piece of shit shill, but when he laid out that Israel has no assets, he recently did this a second time. How does it benefit America to be a part of this, to have, this so-called friendship when the friendship is completely one-sided? If this was if you knew somebody who had a friend like Israel, you were America and that person was America, and they had a friend like Israel, your family would do an intervention and say, this is a parasitic person, right? This is a parasite. You got to cut this parasite free. Like, nobody should be on the side of this relationship. And the way that, it doesn't bother you what they did in Palestine, like any of these other places, like buying into this official victim consciousness bullshit about Hamas, which is an asset, which is controlled by Israel. So they did this to themselves so they could go and, do this land grab, and you buy into that bullshit. Like, why would anybody out there think this is okay? And it wasn't because of the atrocities that Israel's committed or the parasitic relationship. It's because they realized they were losing their fucking fans. Like, they couldn't go further with this because she's going to slam she's going to slam whatever that guy's name is, Ben Shapiro. Like, she's going to go after him for having no fans. He's lost all his fans because, everyone realizes the truth here. It's coming out finally after so many years.
the party started to turn after 10/7. Uniform support and sympathy for Israel on 10/7, but as the war went on 2 years later, people were starting to turn on them. It felt like too much. And then we were under pressure to get involved. We had the Iran bombing and so on. And the pressure started to mount on those of us who were pro-Israel to not allow the doubters their say, to try to censor them or disagree with them publicly or call them out. And neither Charlie nor I felt like that was what we wanted to do at all, nor was it our job. We're not the policemen of the conservative movement. I'm not. He wasn't. Ben Shapiro isn't either.
Well, she's going to go after him in a bit. Like she's just, I'm going to take a break here, but she's going to ring him up. But this, and then they're going to get into Candance and this other stuff. So this is like this is this fragmented group of people. There's people in the audience that are pro Candance and certainly anti-Israel. And that's a majority of people. And they don't like Erika, which, they're accepting her for now. So the organization is like, it doesn't stand for anything. And they know Trump's a piece of shit. At least he's a disappointment to some level, to some of them. Because, the truth comes out. The truth always fucking comes out. And it's your ability to perceive it, right? And so, she's having this discussion, at this place where they're not getting nearly as many views. I mean, for this event. I don't know if they got a full turnout, but it's waning. There's going to be less enthusiasm for anybody in the Trump administration, including J.D. Vance. And, they're going to get hammered in the midterms. And the whole thing is, shitting the bed, right? And there's no way to reverse it. There's nothing they can do to make that stop. Like, it's inevitable. It's already happened. Like, the Democrats just have to put out like so horrible candidates, which isn't going to happen because they don't have a, they're good at putting out milquetoast. They just have to have like a cardboard figure, and the Republicans are going to get unseated and fucking rolled in the midterms, and then, all this shit's going to go back the other way, and everyone's going to be bummed. It's going to be worse than it was under Biden. It's just going to swing. The pendulum's swings are going to get farther and farther apart, right? More and more extremists, more and more pushing crazy ideologies. Like that's what's happened. That's what we live in now until the whole thing collapses, and that's not that far off. Okay, so just went on a little break. My wife and I went for a walk, and she's outside working on the hen house, and we were talking about this grinder thing because it's hilarious, right? And, there's a truth in all these things. Milo Yiannopoulos, who I really didn't know that much about, he said that Charlie Kirk stabbed him in the back, spread false rumors about him, cost him $100 million. Charlie Kirk is actually gay, was gay. And that all these other right-wing popular pundit, media stars are also gay. And I tend to believe anything, there's some proof. There's a lot of proof when you say these guys seem gay. Like they're very, I talk about them being twinks. I talk about, Now there's gay dudes that are, you wouldn't know that are gay dudes, right? They're just, you would never suspect. But there are, there are stereotypes to it. And a lot of them are feminine and they're just, they act in a way that you would think they're gay, right? They talk in a way, these things, mannerisms. And, when any group of people are really ardently against somebody or something, like the Republicans are very into marriage and procreation and heterosexuality, and the Christian Republicans, all these right-wing people, they're always into this thing, priests, ministers, the clergy, and there's like a real concentration on something, right? When any group of people is against something, the chances are that they are, methinks you protest too much, right? If you're constantly talking about something and you hate something or somebody, then there's like a attraction to it, right? There's a connection there. And you often become what you hate. Like if you hate something, you focus on it. And the reason is, Sajmark teaching is that there was this original thought, the primary stir, the original thought that created the universe. And the human beings, our soul's ability to think, our thought force is akin to that original thought. And that's why we're able to create like almost on a divine level. You see what human beings are able to create in terms of the material world, but also ideas and books and whole universes and worlds and, imaginary places. Just the human mind is amazing. And when you have that kind of thought force and you focus it in on something, the more you think about it, the more you tend to become that, right? And you see that here with these these gay dudes, right, who are, these people who are Christian, they're heterosexual, but they're always thinking about gays and, hate gays. And next thing you know, they're dressing up in dresses and wanting to compete in women's sports, right? Because, you become what you hate. You focus in on it. And so when somebody says something like that, I tend to believe it to be true, without maybe substantial evidence because, because that kind of reversal, what people talk about hating so much, they secretly love. Like it's like these kids used to, when you're a little kid and you throw a rock at a girl or something, or you call her name, but you really like her, this kind of thing, or the opposite. You see these things all the time. So I tend to believe that all these people, these guys, a lot of them, they seem gay, like Megyn Kelly's husband. They're just very effeminate, and they're not at all like stereotypical Republicans. And yet they're out in front of people, and you see it all the time. And they're the opposite of what you think Republicans should be, or what their image and their stereotypes are.
Well, Megyn, you mentioned him, and your name came up on this stage last night in regards to pretty much all of this. Would you like the opportunity to respond?
Well, I found it kind of funny that Ben thinks he has the power to decide who gets excommunicated from the conservative movement, which shows a willful blindness about his position in it.
So I want to continue about what I was saying about the opposites of doing what you hate and all those things, and also the state of the Republican Party and TPUSK and the rest of it, right? So she's going to take a knife to Ben Shapiro. She's going to fucking obliterate him here. It's bad.
It reminded me a little of when the girl who was the head of our middle school chorus told me she was going to take all my friends away from me.
She's going to tell him I have a penis. And
Chorus? A head cheerleader maybe, but like... So I resent the whole thing. I object to the whole thing. Ben and I, he had the nerve to call me a friend right before he called me a despicable coward for not calling out the people he once called out.
Okay, so, this is going south. Like, she's going to address all beef with Candace Owens and Erika Kirk, and then all this rest of this stuff, right? And it's bad, right? Because this is happening at this event. Erika Kirk already talked about the division and these things. She already talked about Israel, the different people. And, I mean, it's totally fragmented here.
So he both wants to parent me and be my child. He wants to tell me what I have to do and who I have to say what to. And then when I don't, he and some of his friends want to act like utter victims because I won't do what they say. They need me. I have to be their daddy and step in to protect them. And I am not their daddy. And I resent that he thinks he's in a position to decide who must say what to whom and when. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't think we are friends anymore. I've been a very good friend to Ben. Nobody knew who the heck Ben Shapiro was when I started putting him on my shows on the Fox News channel.
Yeah, why in the world would you ever do that? Like, why would you think this guy had talent? Like, who paid you to put Ben Shapiro on? Like, let's put it that way. Who ordered you to put that little... Like, talk about a guy who seems kind of gay, right? Ben Shapiro. He's got that little hat and all. I mean, just... There's no... this is what Norman Finkelstein said. One of these guys. No, it was... the other guy, I can't forget his name. I forget his name, whatever it was. There's these three Jewish guys who are the Zionists. And he was saying that, none of the Ben Shapiro... There's no way that guy would have any kind of a following, which I talk about all the time, right? That there's Max Blumenthal. That these people who get propped up like Charlie Kirk, they're much bigger than they should be because they don't have any talent, right? And, like that guy Milo said that when he first started, Charlie was a horrible public speaker and he was bad at it. And he spread that rumors about Milo because Milo was dominating that space, that college, space, all those young people gravitating to what he was saying. And so, who would put him on there? Like, why would he ever be on Fox News, right? Why would you ever put that guy on?
And I helped make him a star. And I've been very, very good to Ben over the years, and he's been good to me too. He just recently came on my tour, as did you, and I gave him the most kind introduction I could possibly give him because I know that he's losing subscribers a lot.
Yeah, because of the Israel thing. And he's fucking weird, and people are finally realizing how fucking weird he is. And he's getting into these battles with people who are much more popular, people who are growing, even though they all suck. And he's shrinking, and he's, taking on these fights. So he got up, slammed Tucker Carlson, apparently slammed Megyn Kelly. I didn't watch his speech. And I think he must have went after Candace Owens because she had a whole thing on her, her video got recommended, and she was calling him Little Benny Shapiro, something like that. Just in terms of the thumbnail, I didn't, I'm not watching her stuff, but they're all going after him. And then that other guy, Jimmy Dore, who's basically Candace Owens' bitch right now, right? So he's riding the whole Candace train. But they're knifing each other, right? She's really gonna knife him here. I mean, that was bad, what she said, what she said before, but.
And so I tried to do something nice for him by giving him a long 10-minute intro and personally vouching for him. And we mixed it up on Israel out on stage. It wasn't Israel because we're on the same place on Israel. We mixed it up over whether Tucker Carlson should be excommunicated from the conservative movement, which I do not believe. And thank you. And when it was over, we hugged, said goodbye, and then we had a nice text exchange a couple days later saying our friendship was important to us. And the next thing I saw was him attacking me on stage last night as a coward. So that's not friendship, and I think that's fine with me, with friends like that.
Boom. So then here, just really nice, the guy. He talked about how he's, shrinking audience and a desperate little fuck out there, right?
There was also some response where it seemed like that call was being co-signed by the new head of CBS News, Barry Weiss, and I wanted to know if you wanted to respond to that as well.
So it's a similar situation with Barry. None of this is about them calling me out for anything I've said or haven't said, or it's certainly not about Erika Kirk, as Ben tried to make it sound last night. It's about Israel. Those two are very ardent Israel activists, which is fine, but they don't get to dictate how the rest of us feel about Israel or what we do with respect to our friends and our friends' opinions on Israel. And I'll tell you, Barry Weiss wants to couch herself as Erika's protector, Erika's defender. She's retweeting the Ben speech, saying anybody who doesn't call out conspiracy theorists is a coward. Erika Kirk barely knows Barry Weiss.
And again, you ain't winning that battle, right? They're desperate because all these people are proven liars. The media, the politicians, Charlie Kirk, all these people. They're shills taking money, pretending they're sincere. They're fabricated. They're posers, right? They're not. Their whole existence is a lie. And they're a part of a bigger scheme of lying and deception, which is pretty obvious and most people can see it. And so, for them to be like, you guys all got to call out the conspiracy theorists when this is going in the opposite direction, right? It's
doesn't know anything about Erika. Barry Weiss has never been to a Turning Point event. Do you guys remember her here, standing up for what we believe in when Charlie was alive? I don't remember her standing up for our principles. I don't remember her defending Charlie the many times he was called a racist or an anti-Semite. I really don't remember that at all. What I do remember is she had Erika Kirk come on one town hall in which Barry Weiss tried to play both super important VIP executive and super fabulous star anchor at her new network CBS. Pro tip, Barry, that's no way to win friends at your new organization, to try to steal all the hosting abilities of the on-air talent. So good luck with that. And what she did when she had Erika there was to have the nerve to bring on the man who asked the final question of Charlie right before he got shot.
boom.
Hunter Kozak.
Hunter Kozak.
Put Erika in the position of having to defend whether Trump uses hateful rhetoric.
Yeah, God, why would she ever have to do that when Trump's such a loving, peaceful human being?
The nerve.
The nerve.
I'll just say I didn't appreciate when I saw that happened. And I don't think that that ever should have happened. I don't think that question should have been asked. And I noticed that when Hunter Kozak did that, he immediately went to try to get Erika to denounce Trump, denounce his rhetoric. This is a man who was standing in front of Charlie, in front of her husband when he died.
Yeah, I don't think he was standing in front of him, bro. Unless that was that imaginary magic bullet just passed through liberals. Like, it passed through liberals and only hit conservatives and then stopped.
And he never once even said to her the basic human decency of saying, I'm sorry for your loss.
He was sick. And that was a Barry Weiss move, because trust me, I've done town halls. You know who the questioners are, and you know what the questions are in advance in that setting. So she knew it was coming, and she thought it was appropriate to have Charlie's widow answer for Trump's violent rhetoric. I'm sorry, that's disrespectful, and I will not be taking any lessons from Barry Weiss in how to treat Erika or anyone else.
All right.
Woo! So these are, all these people are, this is Barry Weiss she's put in that position because she's an Israeli shill, just like the other guy, Ben Shapiro. And so the division is palpable. And it isn't going to get better after this event. It's going to be hard for Erika and these people to continuously shill for Israel when they've already lost their audience, right? Like, this is the new conservative movement. This is a new America First focused on Israel thing, right? Where, all these Christians and evangelicals were always taught that Israel was a part of their religion and support for Israel is what Jesus wanted. And that's, like I said before, Jesus was born a Jew, but he died a spiritual person. And this happened, like you could say that about Muhammad and Buddha and Krishna and all these other famous people and saints. You're born into a religion. This guy, Swami Vivekananda, famous Indian saint, said this, that you were born into a religion. It's great to be born into a religion, but it's horrible to die in one. And a religion gives you basic instruction when you're a kid to understand that there's God and morals and character and whatever you get from your religion, depending on the religion, but, some are better than others. But either way, at some point you transcend your religion. That's what Jesus did. And this is really important shit that I'm saying, because it's not, I didn't make it up, I didn't discover it, this is Sajmark teaching. But, really important stuff, because it's something for everyone to think about. Spirituality is where you have an internal relationship with God. In a religion, God is external to you. God is in heaven. God is external. And, even, Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within. God's inside of you. God's with you all the time. And so divinity is there with you. And people in America just don't want to hear that and don't want to, if they do hear it, don't want to embrace it, right? But like all this stuff that they're doing, this religious bullshit, is failing. And this whole movement's failing. I want to show you a little bit of this other part here.
So, since we're spilling all the tea tonight...
Tea I did not want spilled, for the record. I kept my powder dry until I was attacked publicly. Hey, they said I could interview you, so I'm...
Tea means drama.
Asking all the questions here. We're turning the tables on Megyn Kelly for once.
Turn those tables.
So, Megyn, you mentioned something on your show recently that I know a lot of people have been chatting about. There's been a lot of chatter about this. The sit-down, the peace summit heard around the world between Candace Owens and Erika Kirk. And you mentioned that you played a role in brokering this. Tell us the story, if you would.
Well, Erika has asked me to tell the story and is fine with me telling the story, so I will. Otherwise, I would not have gotten into the details. But so from the beginning of Candace's programming on this, I've been in touch with Turning Point, and I know you have too. We've all talked about it behind the scenes, but I've had long conversations with everybody at the highest levels on how to handle this, and I think everybody was confused about what the next right move was, because it was so extraordinary. And
it's not extraordinary at all. So, this is another level of division. I want to talk about the division and what should be done, like just what you would do if you were a healthy person. You didn't inject fucking poison into your forehead to make your forehead look better by paralyzing the muscle with fucking this toxic whatever is bacteria, whatever it is, right? It's mostly, my wife said that it makes your brain, like it does bad things to your brain. In fact, I think I covered Botox injections for migraines, right? Injecting poison into your body is like never a good idea. Like, Jesus fuck. But, anyways, this thing that she's saying is extraordinary. The majority of people, I think now, if they took true polling, really don't buy the official story. And certainly the people who were Turning Point fans and Donald Trump, QB type people, and then all the people in the truth community, who are left-right paradigm people, they don't buy the official story. Like I was saying, I think maybe in my last video, either this video or probably my last one, this individual shooter guy is something new. Like it's something they're just trying to introduce. 90% of the time, the person who's murdered knows the murderer knows the victim, right? It's usually somebody close to them, and that's more often than not, right? And so this whole thing's a joke, and it shouldn't be believed, and it's contrived, and it's a part of a long history. It's not the singular event that they're trying to make this into. But for whatever reason, they're buying into the official story, trusting the government on very sketchy evidence and really kind of an unbelievable story. And, anybody with any common sense would have questions about the official story, and, that would be where you would start. And if you really loved the person, like you're Erika Kirk, you would want the truth, right? But they seem hell-bent to rush this guy into the electric chair, this Patsy, and put it all behind him, and yet they're delaying this trial for a whole nother year. And every day it goes by, every day that the fucking more and more people turn on the Republican movement and Erika Kirk and these other stooges. Like, you're on the wrong side of this thing. Just like the stuff, it's tied also to Israel.
I'm not going to get into the substance of those discussions, but suffice to say that I think everyone felt the best course initially was to try to just rise above it and not respond in a tit-for-tat manner. And
rise above what? The truth? Like, or the fact that you're embracing a story that doesn't, like, it was nobody really should believe in because it's so fucking fucked?
As it went on, it started to get more and more problematic for Turning Point, for Erika, and so on. And Erika called me and said, I want to do a sit-down with Candance, and I want you to moderate it. And I said, what? Say what? And I said, she said...
Like, why can't you guys be a little bit more funny? Like, she can do some good burns and she's kind of aggressive. This guy's like fucking made out of wood.
A word from you would silence her on this forever. Like, it doesn't have to be an oral word. It could be like a text or an email. Maybe that's the best way to see if we can put this to bed. But Erika really felt that they should sit down together face to face. And I've gotten to know Candance a little better over the past months, and I actually thought she might do it. Like, I wasn't sure, but I don't know. An invitation from Erika would be hard to resist. And she said, would you please come and facilitate it, really? Just like they were going to have the discussion, but Erika's thought, and Candance originally wanted to do this too, was for them to live stream this out that same Monday that the Turning Point guys were going to live stream their event. And of course, I'm like, oh, my mother of God, what am I getting myself into? But
you love it. You want it, like, that would boost you. Of course you would do this, and you would love to do it, right? There was no hesitation on your part.
I actually felt like it was divine right order. And I have to tell you, Jack, I've prayed so many times to Charlie and to God to give me the right guidance on how to handle this whole thing. The fracture within the conservative movement, my friends turning on me because I won't.
Yeah, this is what I want to say. This is what this list is what I want to comment on.
Call out my other friends like Tucker. This dust up between Candance and Erika, and Turning Point and Erika, Turning Point and Candance, which is fraught, and yet I understand. I know people are very angry at Candance right now, and I understand it, but I have to say,
who is? You guys are not acknowledging the failure that is Erika Kirk. Nobody likes that bitch, right? They're not accepting her. You guys keep on saying these words like, like people are buying into this shit and they're not. Candance has a much bigger audience and a much more passionate audience. And Erika and Turning Point have nothing. They have fucking nothing right now. Like they have like almost like negative views, in the sense that more people show up to shit on them than to to promote what they're saying. They're not watching because they agree with you. They're watching so they can comment and shit on you or do whatever, do some negative thing, talk about you in a negative way, or post your shit, and make fun of you. Like Erika Kirk's a fucking cancer on Turning Point, and there's no way she's never going to be likable. Like even if they reverse all this stuff, when is she going to be more? When is she going to find more compassion and more positivity than right after her husband dies? Like when is it going to get better for her? Where people are going to be like feeling sorry for her and giving her the benefit of the doubt. Like it's never. She's just, my wife and I are talking about how she's so bad, with everything that she represents, the whole, that part of the beauty contest, and those beauty contests are horrible, like every part of it. But the worst part is when they ask these dopes, about current events. And they talk in a certain way, such as, that's just, it's hard for any young person to do, and specifically ones who are really hyper-focused on their appearance. And, they give these boilerplate answers, and, it just sucks. And oftentimes they don't know what they're talking about because they're young people, right? And Erika Kirk does it all the time. She's just, the way that she presents herself, she's repulsive. And it isn't going to get fucking better. And everyone kind of sees it, but the people on the stage, of course, this is a Turning Point thing. But, Candance is hateable for her own reason, and people dislike her for her, personality and these other things. But the majority of people agree that this is a bullshit. The official story is bullshit. And so they're on her side, and they don't like Erika. Like if they don't like them both, they dislike Erika more because Erika's represents, the wrong belief and faking her grief and all the rest of it.
And Ben, yet another thing he mocked me for was saying she was a young mother. But Candace had literally just had a baby. And I'm sorry, maybe Ben doesn't understand, but that is a vulnerable position for a woman. And then her friend got shot in the neck. And so I did think she deserved a wide berth right after Charlie's death to explore what she wanted to explore. I had real empathy for her. And of course I don't agree with what she's said about Turning Point, Erika, and she knows that. But my point was simply that I thought maybe Charlie helped me understand, to keep my powder dry in the whole thing, so that maybe I could be in a position to help it happen. It's what Erika wants. Maybe Candance does want an off-ramp.
An off-ramp? You think she wants a fucking off-ramp? Like, are you guys totally oblivious to where people are going? These people are audience chasers. Sometimes they say the things that people don't like to hear, but mostly they stick to they pander to their audiences, right? Like, are you that oblivious to what's going on here, right? Like, Israel's done for, the young people. They're never going to get them back, right? And there's no reason for it to come back. It's just, it's like the indoctrination you get with other things, but when you explore it further, it doesn't make any sense. And then this other stuff.
I'm willing to try. So Candace and I were in touch, and she was very nice. She said, I'm thrilled it's you. I'll do it. So they were going to do it out here in Arizona, and then there was a security issue. Candace said that she couldn't come. And then Erika said, I'll go to you. I'll go to Nashville. She's just extraordinary. Erika's been all over the country trying to honor Charlie's commitments on his book tour. She was exhausted. She had this coming up this week. She's going through, she has 2 babies at home she's now a single mother to. But she really wanted to put this to bed, and so she said, I'll go to you. And then
it's because Turning Point is fucking cratering, right?
Morphed into, let's not do the live stream. Let's just do it, the 2 of us, which I thought was great. So they both went in there. Erika brought a trusted friend and employee here, and Candance had someone very close to her, and by all accounts from both women, had a very good meeting. Now, will it last? Where does it go from here? I was joking earlier, what's more tenuous, the Gaza peace deal or this situation? What I really want is for Candace to move on from Turning Point and Erika. I have no problem with her asking questions, but not about them. But I also object, for the record, to the people who have tried to shut Candace down entirely on inquiring into what, if any, role did Israel have here? And I want to make clear, I don't think Israel had any role. I think Tyler Robinson killed Charlie. My only question is whether there was some trans-Tifa element that helped him. However,
Trans-Tifa.
It's okay to ask questions about Israel. And it was Andrew Colvett, the executive producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, who sent those texts to the FBI of Charlie's, from that private message. It wasn't a text, it was private messages, like a group chat, in which he said the Jewish donors to Turning Point were driving him up the wall, and that he'd had it with them, and that they were making demands of him that he was not prepared to meet, and he was at his wit's end. And he had told me personally that he found their behavior, and I quote, repulsive. So I was fine. Again, I don't think Israel had anything to do with it, but...
Why would you think that? Like, all the stuff that you've been through, how they stabbed you in the back and turned on you in a heartbeat, all the violence that they've done, and they're a government, and the Mossad, and all those, like, you trust the CIA? Why would you trust the FBI? I mean, why would you trust Mossad? Like, why would you trust any of these organizations? They're fucking horrible people that do murderous shit. Like, it's much easier for Mossad to kill Charlie Kirk instead of some furry-loving guy who has no military training. And, I mean, if you had two groups, if you were going to hire a hitman, would you hire Mossad or you would hire fucking Tyler Robinson? There's a group out there that it's like the guy's called Mossad for Hollywood. And he's a guy, his son is a comedian who's, you'd recognize the guy if you saw him. He's a weird dude. He was on that really obnoxious show with John Maloney, the comedian. And it was about, it's a cartoon about adolescence, and it's really gross. I covered that before. And his dad runs this, this business that they call Mossad for Hollywood. And Harvey Weinstein hired them. Hired this group. I forget what it's called. Some fucked up name. But it's a security agency, and they have ex-Mossad people working there, right? People hire ex-CIA and ex-Mossad and these other people for all kinds of, dark dealings, right? There's these militia and these people who are ex-military, ex-intelligence, and they have valuable skills. And you wouldn't hire some guy who loves the furries and occasionally went shooting with his dad. And he's got some ancient rifle he got from his fucking grandfather. So, I mean, if you got it, like, if you don't trust the official story of the government for most things, but you trust it here. So what I really want to say, though, let's let her finish this one point.
Why did I have an obligation to stop Candace from asking those questions? I didn't, and I didn't call her out because I favored her asking them.
Woo.
So then, Megan, what is the way forward? What is the way forward for the right, for Turning Point? Charlie is on assignment with God. Erika
Jesus Christ.
is here now. The organization is here now. What is the way forward for the movement?
Look, I think we're far more united than we are divided. And I think while...
I agree.
Right? Yeah, I think we're far more united.
You're totally not.
I mean, I would just put one final period on the pro-Israel activists, which are not to be confused with regular Jewish Americans who are lovely and don't run around trying to tell you what you can and cannot say. But I think they need to stop being such ardent bullies because it's dividing our movement unnecessarily over a country that is not ours, over Israel, not America. We need to care about America. America first is the principle that will get us through. And I think we need to remember that the people who are literally killing us, like literally killing us, are the ones who are the true enemy. These crazy radical leftists are the ones about whom we need to worry.
Oh, these crazy radical leftists. They're the ones. Okay. Let me just switch over to voiceover. I'll wrap this part up. But this is the main point I want to make here. So the answer here is to admit failure. I think it's raining outside. I was trying to get outside to do some work work on a tractor. We'll go see what's up in a second. This has failed. This whole movement has failed, right? So you had a shot with Trump. And, let's say there's a candidate that appeals to you. There was a brief time where RFK Jr. was being the best example of a truther candidate that you would ever see as president. He was smart, articulate. He had some, he had done things on the environment that were admirable. He came from a political family. And he said so many good things about, the healthcare stuff and post-COVID stuff and all these other things, right? But then he made the mistake of saying that COVID was targeting certain groups of people and was less likely for other groups of people. And he said Ashkenazi Jews. And he went on this censorship. He was talking about censorship. And the Democrats, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the horrible Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and all the rest of these Democrats attacked him for being anti-Semitic. And then he went on this Rabbi Shmuley's show, the guy who has a daughter who sells dildos, and he's one of the worst people out there. Just obnoxious. And he licked the guy's taint and Israel's taint for, that's what I say when somebody, like the lowest thing I can think, right? Like it's gross, but it's like, it's the most submissive thing I can think about when I say somebody's a taint licker. And then he, folded and he went and started to lick Trump's taint and then the rest of it, But there's a brief period of time where you were like, this guy, he might be okay as a candidate. And so, but knowing that if somebody was really going to change things, they would kill him and not even have to kill him because you don't have enough, right? And when Joe Rogan interviewed Trump, and, that was kind of interesting in different ways, but they said one thing that was very telling and very interesting. And Trump said, you can't run as an independent. They were talking about RFK Jr. You can't run as an independent because if you win, you don't have a party in which to support you in the legislature or anybody in the Supreme Court, the other branches of government. And so you're fucked. You can't get any bills passed. You don't have any allies, and they're just going to sabotage you, both sides, until they can get one of their guys in there in the following election. And so there can be no third party and no independents. They got this thing locked up, the Democrats and the Republicans, and they have, not just the political aspect locked up, but the intelligence agencies, they have their piece locked up, and it's unchangeable. As much as it's difficult to change people, it's even harder to change institutions. You have a better chance of changing an individual. When I'm in the change business here, right? Talking about how people have to change. And really, it's just personal. Like, all you can control is your own personal change and growth. And, you can't do it for other people. And you can't inspire it. And you can't make people do it. Like I was saying maybe in my last video about, working as a counselor. Maybe it's this video or the last one, I don't know. In treatment centers. And, I bring in the parole officer to motivate somebody who was mandated to do therapy. But they'll do the therapy. They just won't change. They'll do it superficially. Maybe they'll change a little bit, but it's better when people actually seek to change, right? And, people just don't seek to change. And so with all of that, you have this candidate that you had Trump, right? So you had this coalition of people. And TPUSA was, it was at its pinnacle supporting Trump and getting credit for winning over young men who, young people usually don't vote Republican, going on college campuses and, getting them all involved, the whole Israel thing and all that shit that they were involved in, all the ways that they were being shackled up. And that was the big moment of unity between all these people who hated Joe Biden and, were against him, thought the guy was running the country off the cliff, and that Trump was going to make America great again. In this term, he was really going to do it. And they got him elected, against the lame Kamala Harris. They all bit their tongue on the fake, WWE-style assassination attempt. And they all, even truthers, knuckled under. And, all these fake truthers, all these posers, didn't say anything about something that was so obviously so fake. and didn't say anything about what a piece of shit Trump really is, or his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which became more apparent later on. You know, I said years and years ago, oh, these guys are besties, because it was obvious they were. He said the guy's a terrific guy. Trump said Epstein was a terrific guy, and said he liked young women. That's all you need to know. He fucking knew, right? And so, you know, and just that was just one of many things. But right now, Trump's a failure. It's a fucking disaster. Israel thing is blown up as a fucking disaster. TPUS gay, fucking disaster. And there's no momentum, there's no energy, because you give somebody a fucking shot to go in and they promise certain things, and they, you know, success is definable. And when there's this much fucking failure, the same thing happened with the Democrats, with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and his senility, and they all had to, you know, they had these grenades of their senility, and Kamala Harris's unlikability. And then you have these same grenades in Erika Kirk. She could never take over TPUS gay. And there's no momentum here, right? And there's a division here because, you know, people know it's a fucking failure. You failed. There's no midterms. None of these people who agree with Candace Owens give a shit about the midterms. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, Elon Musk going after Trump, their little bitch fight they had. I mean, all these things. Like, this has only happened within a year. Epic failure. You know, when the thing I care most about, and it's a lot better because it's a system that will help you connect to God in ways that, unless you experience it, you can't even imagine. You know, the Sajmarg meditation, and how much it's helped me and other people, but just me personally. Who gives a shit about other people? It helped me, like, in ways, you know, I can't even, you know, ever do justice to. And the organization's somewhat new, and they didn't do anything that horrific. I mean, they did bad shit for, you know, a spiritual organization, you know, when this guy Dodgy, the fourth master, took over. But I had to come to terms with it, and I had to tell everybody, because some of the people were doing the practice, and I had to warn them, because I now found out this guy was a piece of shit. And it was painful for me. And it's much more of a real thing than, you know, 2,000-year-old religion and that you've been indoctrinated into. Like, you know, it's a thing that wins your heart. You know, the master, the system, the system itself, you know, winning people's heart is really difficult. And this system does that. And I had to, you know, admit to and, you know, come to terms with it. It sucked. It's a failure. You know, this thing with Dodgy, I've tried to preserve it the best I can. I have a YouTube channel where these sittings are given. The practice is still being done. And it's still helping people. And for this period of time, it's still active and still vibrant. It's still dynamic. The organization itself has failed. What's now become known as Heartfulness. It's a failed organization. It's a cult. And, you know, sometimes you have to fucking eat shit, like it's just whatever it is. And recognize failure and deal with the failure and manage it as best you can. America's failing. You know, the Democrats and the political parties are long since been failing. The economy's failing, and people are individually failing and collectively failing. This is failure. You know, admit that it's fucking failure. Admit that Trump is a disappointment. Admit that TPUSK was always fucked up. Admit that all these weird things go on there. Admit that all this stuff, right? Just fucking admit it. Like, just admit it. Like, just fucking admit it to yourself at the very least, and then, you know, you have a responsibility to your audience. But, you know, this division that they're talking about, it's not repairable. Like Megyn Kelly said, well, we have to focus back on the liberals and fucking our hatred for the liberals, because only hatred of the liberals could bring us together. You know, like fucking. And so that's where they're at. But, like, it's fucking desperation point. You know, what's the point? What's the point of hating liberals when the alternative is just as bad? What's the point of politics if both parties suck? What's the point if they're both corrupted? You know, you like one a little bit better and you identify with one a little bit more, or you grew up with it. Well, who gives a shit, right? At some point, you got to realize that this is fucking failure. And if it's going to fail, then what does that mean? What should we be doing? What should I be doing personally? What should we be doing collectively? But the stench of failure is there. Anyways, let me wrap this one up here, and I'll continue more tomorrow. Okay, party people. It's 9:46 on a Saturday night, and my wife and I are watching TV, and she dozed off. And I came in here, and I wanted to upload not upload, but put together the Journey Series 238. because I'm already on 239. Like, I'm done with 239. This video is going to be in 239. The portion of this video up to this voiceover. That'll be the end of 239. So, whenever I get so many voiceovers, I got to put them together, and I need to make 2 videos. I need to put some sense of urgency. Anyways, so I came in to do that and make the video render before we're going to sleep, which is in about an hour or two. So I was or whatever it is. So I happened to look at the comments, right? And Erika, predictive programming, Candance equals rabbit hole, plus Trump demands his face replace Jesus's face. So that was a good title. And this person showed up, a Candance person, and she's butthurt about and I eviscerate Candance, like it is, and it's all true, like it's not, and I'll say more about that here, but this is what she writes. Wait a second here. Yeah, there we go. So the person writes this. Wow. I had no idea you were such a freak, with an apostrophe between where and such for some reason. Wow, I had no idea you were such a freak. Candance is telling the truth. What's wrong with you? Are you a shell? I am not a shell. I am a human boy. I am a human boy. I am a human boy. I'm not a shell. I'm insulted that you would think so. A shell can't talk. I mean, a shell really doesn't have much of a purpose. Maybe you can, some of them, like a conch shell, you can listen to inside the ocean inside. You meant shill, you dumb fuck, right? Are you a shell? You can't even spell, come on. Like, if you're going to accuse somebody of being a shill, make sure you spell it right. Are you dumb? Like, are you, and again, like, I got dyslexia, so I mean, that's fine. But if you're going to do one of these comments, then at least proofread it, right? Because you're all butthurt, and I don't give a shit, and I'm right about Candance, and you're like just, who's paying you to say this? I believe you're getting paid to say all this. Okay, it's not true. I mean, I am getting paid per video through the bogus YouTube ads and, the membership program, but not to say specific things about Candance. You think somebody paid me for the video that's going to get 5,000-6,000 views? I don't get, I mean, you think I'm getting shackled? I'm getting shackled for telling the truth about what a piece of shit Candance is. But anyways, then the person, this is a comment I read first. You are low life. There needs to be a word in there, like just a letter. You're a low life is what this person should have said. Your low life cussing. Oh no, wait, that's my fault. Your low life cussing doesn't make you one of the cool club. I gotta copy that, and that's gotta be the title of this video. Your low life cussing doesn't make you one of the cool club. It degrades you, and it degrades the people that listen to you. You're disgusting. And so this is a butthurt little, undeveloped person. And it's, every once in a while you enter into retardo land. But there's something that I want to say. So I'm making this video 238. I'm putting together my Journey Series 238. And these are voiceovers from maybe like last week and earlier, like maybe 2 weeks ago. I could go check the dates, but I don't really need to. And I'm talking about Candance in a much more positive way. And at some point, it just, I had enough. I got an aversion for her. Like the aversion for her bullshit. And, you can just see it. And, oftentimes, if you're able to read people, you see the good and the bad. Like, you see more than just, you see the potential in people. Like, you see this with your kids. You see this with family members and people in your life, people you work with. I mean, when you get to know people. And you can see character flaws. You can see, maybe the person has a temper, or maybe they have an alcohol problem. Maybe they have a gift. Everyone has some sort of gift, but you see some sort of special gift, and you don't know how it's going to turn out. This happened with my ex. My ex was brilliant, a brilliant student, top of her class, went to an Ivy League school, smart, had, a lot of positive qualities. But she was completely fucked in the head with, being sexually abused by her dad and physically and emotionally abused by her mom, and, would have these psychological breakdowns. And she also had a spiritual side, was like a little bit psychic, and, had all these, these mixed amount of things. And, I always thought it would, somehow the positive would win out, because she was devoted spiritual practitioner of Sajmark system. And, I thought with years of, and people just get better as they get older, this kind of thing. And it didn't. And then I saw that the real person, you see two sides of a person, and one of them is the dominant side, right? One of them is who they really are. And oftentimes, you see somebody who's like a bad person that everyone thinks is a bad person. Some of these clients I work with in treatment centers, they were just, they had to be tough, and, they had to put on some kind of front. But, you'd see some kind of softness in them, the real person. And, of course, everyone has a soul beneath all of this stuff. And then, there's layers to people. But in terms of who they're going to be in their life, there's these different sides, and, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how these things are going to play out for the person, your own kids and things like this. And as they start developing, patterns of behavior and, tendencies and things. And then, then you don't know what they're going to be to you. Like, what do they mean to you? Like, what side's going to be going to emerge for you? What is that person going to mean to you? Even like somebody like Trump. What is Trump going to mean to you? What is the Trump presidency going to end up? How is that going to affect you? And, just the cult, the way the country's going, the attitudes, the Trump is, like I was watching this, must have been CNN or MSNBC, and this guy was, a fairly funny, commenter, was saying that, Trump had just renamed the Kennedy Center. So he's slapping Trump on everything like he's always done, which is kind of funny. And it's sort of sacrilegious. If it was Trump 1.0, his first term, I would have thought it was funny. But now it's just bad. He was talking about how even Stalin and Lenin and Russia and Hitler and some of these other people, Mao and China, they didn't do that shit, right? like famous dictators didn't slap their name all over the place like Trump is, like he's lost his shit, right? But, how does that affect everybody? The stupidity of everything that's going on in the world. Like, we're all connected, and when you degrade, your levels of intelligence, and you have lots of people going down, being negatively affected, right? So how is somebody going to affect you? How is somebody in your life going to affect you, right? What does that person mean to you? And at some point, you just get a sense of the person, no matter what the positive qualities they have or negative qualities you either like, you buy in and you're like, all right, I'm in this for the long haul, whatever it might be. Or you're like, I got to get away from this motherfucker. Like, you build up an aversion. And that's how I feel about Candace Owens and this whole bullshit. She's negatively affecting, the truth community and the whole thing, because she's undisciplined, and I think calculating, and just throwing out things in a way that it makes it sound like there's something there when there isn't, or, whatever else it is. And, of course, she's a shill. She's a part of it. All these famous people are part of it. There's people who are, I said this in my last video, they're either one of you, like the collective, there's one of us, and then one of them. And them is the, ultra wealthy people. And there's different versions of the people across the board, right? But these people who control the system, and, they all their little cronies, all their little wannabes, all their little, minions that sneak in there, and they're part of this, this consciousness. And all these famous people, all these people with a platform, these people are, part of that club. They know each other. They, Candace Owens has Trump's phone number, right? This kind of thing. They all know each other. And, they fight amongst themselves, and some of them are better than others, and they all have whatever their thing is. But the one thing to know is they're part of that club. They're not, they're not part of your thing, which is everybody else, the collective. And in the collective, there's quite a number of different kinds of people, and, we don't get along either, and we have our own things, average people, and some people on a higher level one way or another, and intelligence or some of these other ways. There's people who used to be in the club that were kicked out of the club or left on the club, the so-called elite, purposely. But the important thing to know is that people in the elite club use the masses. They use, the people here collectively to bolster their fame or bolster their economic standing. They use it to merch up or whatever it might be. But they're, and they might have started off in the, there's a lot of people who started off in the collective, but they end up with the elite, right? And she's in that club, and Tucker Carlson's in that club, and Alex Jones is in that club, and all these people, Joe Rogan, all these people. You can never forget that, right? And they don't want to leave the club. Like, if they have a choice between, standing up for the masses or being in the club, they're going to choose the club. Like, that's just, that's what makes them in the club, that they, no matter what they feel, even if they're a little bit concerned about the people and they have a heart and they have a little bit of conscience and a conscience, and they're, they feel some empathy, they're still in the club. Like, they still choose the club over humanity and, the environment or anybody else, right? And so, they're never to be trusted because they're all, snakes and venomous creatures, and they're manipulative sociopaths and narcissists, and they're never going to be, they're never going to show, the higher natures isn't going to come through when push comes to shove. And anyway, I'm not a shell. I'm a boy. I'm a human boy. All right. Let's wrap this one up here, and I'll finish the rest of the video tomorrow. Okay, so there was one more comment here I wanted to read. I was going through the comments. And so I got a bunch of, if not a bunch, 2 people who are Candace fans, as far as I can tell, that showed up. There is no resolution in this video either. Either. I think this person says either. I think this is one of those persons that said either. Erika, pretty good programming. Candace equals rabbit hole. And Trump demands his face, whatever it is. There's no resolution in this video either. Well, first of all, I'm not presenting something like I have a solution or I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I say all the time, I'm not, because nobody ever does. There's never been any resolution other than you having some sort of consensus about something in the truth community. Like, everyone can believe something, or everyone does believe something. Everyone has an opinion about what happens, but there's never any. I mean, that was the whole thing. I explained it over and over again. Like, it's just, I can't compensate for your lack of ability for abstract thought, right? Like, I'm not leading people down some, where I'm going to give somebody an answer. We're just around the corner and there's going to be some smoking gun. There is no smoking gun. The system is going to fail at some point, probably in the near future. And then we're going to have to rise up and redeem ourselves. Like, I already have my, what I think is going to happen. I've said it over and over again. It's part of the Sajmark system. There's no resolution in this video either. You sound as bitter as Mark Paseo. I don't know who that is. I don't even think I've heard that name. You are a walking, talking black pill. Okay, so this is not being a black pill. I mean, you could call it that, but it's not what it is. The Sajmark system clearly states that, within the prophecies and teachings, and what I believe that I'm seeing on my own, separate from that, through my own experience, that the system has to fail because we have to change. People don't change willingly, and so the system has to collapse so that people will realize the error of their ways and hopefully try to redeem themselves and become, spiritual in some way or another by connecting to the divinity within them. So that is, a very clear blueprint of what's happening, a plan that I believe that's unfolding right now, a divine plan, right? So that's, if you want to call that black pill, that's, but the system can't be fixed. It can't be. I mean, you have like delusional thinking that somehow how do you think the system can be fixed? How do you think that the issue of the debt-based economy can be fixed? The inflation, the degradation of people, the stupidity, the inaccuracy, the division, all of it, the entitlement, the lack of character quality, just how everything gets more and more degraded. What do you think is going to happen? The infrastructure that's falling down around us, the inevitable World War III that's brewing, right? The corruption of the political process. Like, there's no solution to any of these things, right? That's not being blackpilled, it's being realistic. Clearly, you're following the Charlie Kirk case and every other current scandal along with everyone else. This much attention on any conspiracy case leads someplace. It leads nowhere in terms of the official story. You might gain knowledge, but it's just based in your perception and whatever you can deduce from the situation. But it leads to maybe you figuring out something you didn't know before, but maybe you're now believing something that's just as much of a lie as the official story. So yeah, it leads someplace, but not to some resolution. Of course, transformation spiritually is the paramount need for society, but the revelation for many complacent, uninformed individuals about the death and corruption of the system leads to that transformation as they search for answers. Name people who are really working on their spirituality that are really truthers, right? Name people who have realized how corrupt the system is, have turned to some, and I don't mean their bullshit religion, but real spirituality. Name the number of people, like give a percentage of people who are in the truth community and they realize the system's corrupt, they give up on it, and they no longer are working on the system to change it, but they're working on themselves. They know that there's no political solution. Name other people talk about that other than me, right? I think there's one other guy that, I forget what the guy's name is, that he says some similar things, and I don't know if he got them from me here, or he's a listener or something, I don't know. But, people don't even understand the basic idea that divinity is within them, and they got an impotent religion that failed years ago. And so, and you're saying, of course, transformation spirituality is a paramount need for society, but the revelation for many complacent, uninformed individuals about the death of corruption in the system leads to the transformation as they search for answers. You mean the system's fucked when they realize the system's fucked? Right? You mean when they're black-pilled? Is that what you're talking about? Millions have been led to spiritual transformation from conspiracies. Yeah, I don't think you understand what spiritual transformation is. It is a disciplined practice where you are finding a suitable system and an effective system where you can connect to the divinity within you, and you are forming a relationship with the divinity within you. Millions have not done that. Millions have not, because of the truth movement, had some sort of spiritual revelation. Maybe they've had some mental epiphanies, right? Like you drop acid or some bullshit like that, but this isn't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about real disciplined spirituality where you change your whole orientation to the world. And millions haven't done that. I don't know anybody. People think they're just being spiritual, but that's different. The rabbit hole is obviously not pointless, or you would not be dedicating your life to going down them and informing others about them as a way to encourage them to seek a higher truth. I don't go down any rabbit holes. Like, I know that I'm not going to get to the truth of some situation here. I only talk about these things because I have mild interest in them. And at one point, I thought that there was maybe some hope that within the truth community. I went through my own process in that, right? But the rabbit hole, or anything that I cover here, is a vehicle for me to talk about the spiritual stuff, which I've said over and over again. And I don't mind talking about it, and I like mocking people. I like, parts of it. But the reality is that, it's unnecessary for me to do. It's not based in, this is my job, and that's part of it. And if I just talked about spirituality, there'd be nobody here. There'd be practically no people watching the videos. And so I have to cover other things, and I don't mind doing it. It's the price I pay, and, it's an assignment. And so, that's not accurate. None of the things you said here are accurate. Your assessment is completely without merit, right? And you're a person that says either. I expected more out of you. I mean, if you said either, I could totally understand this worthless comment. But the fact that you're a person that says either, I expected something more out of you. Anyways, let me wrap this one up here, and I will finish this up tomorrow. Okay, I got to stick this somewhere into the... Probably have to put all these ones together if there's more. Forged by fire, treasure pieces for the few, not the many. 20 to 30% off every piece in limited quantities. A unique emblem that tells the story before they're gone forever. Forever, ever? So, these are ones that feature things in the heart. Heart within a heart, that's a pedo symbol, but not if you get this high quality jewelry. This weird cross over here that's sort of a star / cross. The triple version looks heavy. An arrow, 2 arrows going through a heart down here. Another arrow going through a heart here. The arrow that goes to the heart kills you. Like it doesn't bring love. Like whatever bullshit Cupid thing is that's the tree of life there and a cross. So there they are, forged by fire. Look at all these things. Last minute Christmas sale, limited quantities, 20% right off. Start wearing your story right now. This quality jewelry, and look at it. I mean, why wouldn't you get more than one? Especially the ones with the arrow. Look at the anchor. Nothing says love like the anchor. And the lightning bolt. Okay, so I got a bunch of Erika Kirk stuff to get to here next. But I want to do one more of these, maybe two. So I just started scrolling through Facebook. Fight for me if you wish. I am old for a reason. What? Watch this woman's reaction.
Look at this.
Perfect. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. 100%. It's so perfect. I don't even know what that means.
Oh my God.
A man of faith, a warrior of Christ. Boom. There is a problematic connection for Americans, particularly, that Jesus was pro-war, and being a warrior, being a spiritual warrior has nothing to do with swords in a war, right? Like there's a saying in Sajmarg, you have to, on the spiritual battlefield, which is, an internal one, you're fighting against the, your ego and your potential demon inside of you, right? Like that's, it's a battle to do the right thing and embrace God's will. And he said, on the spiritual battlefield, you have the spirit of Spartans come back with the shield or on the shield, right? And, like that kind of internal accountability. But there's this connection, these people who, and you see it with Trump as well, they paint him like a warrior. There's these guys, I think it's called The Family, and they're a high-level Christian Jesus as a warrior cult. And they're very pro-war, a lot of ex-military. And they brought in a lot of young men, and they were, it was prominent during the Bush administration. I'm sure it still exists. I think they made like a movie based in this organization, like they were the villains. But it's a misunderstanding of, Jesus was not a physical warrior and did not have an army, and there was no going and indoctrinating people and conquering people for on Jesus' behalf, on God's behalf. Like that didn't exist.
Isn't it great? Chris! I know, it's my dream.
It's my dream.
Look at this.
I am old for a reason. I guess that must mean that he got old because Jesus was protecting him with this massive cross on his chest. They're very into trinkets. This is an Erika Kirk thing. Like her big gaudy jewelry. It doesn't protect you, right? Like there's, different stones have different energies and, these things. But I mean, it's, your spirituality is beyond physical matter. And if you're working for God, then God will take care of you because you're, not in the way that people think about, just in a natural way, right? It's, if you're useful, then you have a purpose. And when you have a purpose and you're useful, you're contributing, then there is a future for you, right? When you're a cancerous, lazy, fucking do nothing, selfish, did I say cancer? entitled, piece of shit, then you're just sucking up resources and not contributing. Then there's just no, and everyone knows this. Everyone feels like they want to contribute and add something, or they feel good when they do that, right? When you cease to do that and you're just glomming resources and you're a parasite and, you're not contributing anything, then there's no, there's no future for you. You have no, reason for existence, right? Okay, one more for today. This Christmas, give the gift of handmade craftsmanship. Our small team of artists, makers, sweatshop. Put love and expertise in every piece they create. These are the most popular gifts, thoughtful gifts of faith and love to warm the hearts of your loved ones. It's a cross and a heart. It's a, kind of a distorted cross that's not, even symmetrical. I mean, why would Jesus even want to be crucified on this one? It's, it's all out of whack. Probably be even more uncomfortable. The original Promise Cross. The original Promise Cross, $72. Who wouldn't want to have this thing too? So you can remind everybody of Jesus' suffering and put a heart on it, a distorted heart. Look, there's different pictures here. There's that one. That was the one we saw. Boom. There you go. Like, it's just, the craftsmanship is just unbelievable. Look at the soldering that took place there. And just, metal fucking, all right. Hassle-free returns. All right. They have a number there. Let's move on to other stuff. Okay. I wasn't going to do any more of these. Like, I was just going to end the bit. And this one came up and I ignored it. But the next one I'm going to show you made me, I'm like, well, if I'm going to do that one, I might as well do this one. Caribbean gemstone. You get it with flip-flops. Because everyone wants to wear flip-flops around their neck. There's an island with starfish. All those things. So there's Caribbean gemstone. But this ring right fucking here. A ring with a cross on it. Totally uncomfortable. Going to dig into your hand. And Jesus' dead body. They had Christians have a, look at it spin around. It's just amazing. Look at it go. Look at it go. Look at that fucking thing spin. Look at that motherfucking thing spin here. It's going to come around again. Watch this. Right here he goes. Let's rotate him while he's stuck up on this cross. The same thing that happened with Charlie Kirk. And I said, why are you praying when God sacrificed his only son? Why do Christians even bother praying? Why bother changing anything when, like, no matter how good you are, what you can do, like, does God sacrifice his only son for worthless, sinning pieces of shit, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Because we're all God's children, first of all. God doesn't sacrifice anything. Like, death is a natural part. Things end. That's part of the divine universe. Like, we think death is bad because, we don't want to die, but we have a natural survival instinct. But, it's a part of life. It's a part of everything. Everything ends. So even the universe, like, who wants to think about the whole universe ending? And there's this nothing. Like, that's like the Pralaya, which in Sanskrit, I don't know what that means, but it's the end of all things, right? It's the dissolution of the universe. The universe implodes back in on itself, right? And then starts over. And so, like, who wants to think about that shit? So, but, Jesus not being able to protect himself, not being able to keep himself safe from the Jews and the Romans, from the Philistines, not the whatever those guys were called, the Pharisees. Him not being able to, avoid crucifixion, and then all of his disciples getting killed in each more grotesque ways, and people doing shit like that, like the fucking, how can people crucify somebody? Like, how could you do that? Like, how could you, no matter how much you hated the person, how bad he is, like, that just crosses a frickin' line, and they did even worse things than that, right? So they had a problem where people are like, well, if they did that to Jesus, then how's he going to protect me? How's he? So they made up this bullshit story. That's why they've made this the symbol. But, it wasn't Jesus' higher moment. My understanding is Jesus was praying to die. Like he just wanted to die. He wanted to go. He there's the thing there. You make it bigger. This thing. He wanted to die. It's only $69, and so this is the way it happened. But he was done. Like the people weren't responding. Almost every spiritual person gets bummed out. Anybody who comes down to, help humanity, they get bummed out by all the bullshit. Like people's unwillingness to. Here, this woman's got it on right here. Look, she's got it right there. All the unwillingness to, is unwillingness to change. And so, anyways, all right, let's move on to other stuff here. Okay, so there's this one meme. I'm not sure who somebody sent me this. This year AI used as much water as the entire bottled water industry and produced carbon pollution on par with New York City. If you think about what AI has done, and it's some good memes, there's some positive things. I don't know what things that I don't know about, but in terms of most of it's just bullshit, right? Like most of it's like, people misusing this thing or whatever. I mean, I do it all the time where I'll ask a question and it's just, it's like a better version of Google, right? Or whatever. And so, but there's a price to pay for it because it's very energy. It's glomming up all the energy and then of course the water as well. So that's something that for everyone to think about. So this was at AmFest. Jesus is Jewish. Ask me why that matters. Now, I've talked about this quite often, and it's one of the more brilliant things that you'll hear. Not brilliant, like it's one of the more important things you'll hear from Saj Marg teaching. That Jesus wasn't a Jew, and he wasn't even Christian. And, Buddha wasn't a Buddhist, and Christian wasn't a Hindu, and Muhammad wasn't a Muslim, right? And so, Jesus was born Jewish, and then he transcended his religion. He went beyond his religion. As much as he taught people, because it was based in the religion, he had, he went to India and he learned yogic shit, right? Because what he was teaching, the good parts of his teaching is sophisticated stuff. And he meditated and he did the things that people do. Every spiritual person ends up having some sort of connection with India. It's a material pit right now, and there's a lot of things that are unlikable about India, but it is, it is like the true Holy Land. It is the place where it's the easiest to connect to God. And I was there for 3 years, and I have I don't hate things, but I have a love, dislike relationship with India, for a variety of reasons, and but it is undoubtedly the best place to connect to God. And Jesus, had these years that he disappeared. There's records in India of him being there. But I think it's more about the teachings and just everything. And so, it's a good place to go when you become spiritual. I talk about that quote, Swami Vivekananda, a religion's a good thing to be born into, but a horrible thing to die in. Because, when you're a kid, you need basic kind of religious teachings, but then at some point you need to graduate to spirituality. And so, yes, Jesus was born Jewish, but he didn't die Jewish. And, the Old Testament should not be a part of the Bible. But the Bible it's a very thin book. It's almost a pamphlet. If it's 75% Old Testament, right? But that's driving all this, right? The way God's presented in the Old Testament, that's a demon and not God. I talk about this significantly. And, people kind of know it's true, but don't want to admit to it because of their religious indoctrination. That it's not the word of God. It's actually quite, disturbing. A lot of weird shit in there, not just the foreskin stuff, but that. A lot of, sacrifices, a lot of other stuff, because very primitive people. And, the people that it was dealing with they didn't have spiritual tendencies. So, strong commandments of basic things that people should know. Spiritual people should know you shouldn't kill. You shouldn't steal, right? Like, these are basic things. And so when you're working with criminals and, people who are not, prone. I mean, again, it's not everybody. Like, there's going to be some percentage of the population you're trying to sell them that there's an afterlife and it matters. and there's a soul, and that soul has a purpose, whatever they're trying to sell you, and they have to come down to your level, right? It's why I have to talk about bullshit, right? Because I want to, it's my duty to talk about divinity within you, like all the stuff that I cover that has like, no purpose. It's just people want drama and they want bullshit and they want that's the state of the world. It's a state of like most people, and you're looking for a few people out of 100 who have the capability of embracing the divinity within them and rise to a higher level. And those people are usually fucked up, like they're sensitive and they're fish out of water living in this debauched system. So they're like hard to, people who have spiritual tendencies, especially in America, you're going to be fucked up because it's like you're living in a totally system that works against you and your higher nature in every possible way. So that's the first thing. Kaboom! Somebody gave Trump Monica J. Erika Kirk's crazy eyes and crazy lips. I mean, you can see the crazy. That's one crazy bitch right there. And so, yeah, that happened. Okay, so this happened.
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day.
Has it? Then that made you crack and say grift? Fuck. That's fucking brutal.
Husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day.
It's been a long 3 months, has it? It's been a long day. I mean, it's like fucking my worst day of my life. This has almost been hard. This is like the hardest day of my life. Like, so this is like the worst day in 2025. Like, I mean, like, I'm saying shit like grift out here and, like, that's just absolutely spectacular. I mean, Freudian fucking slip. So,
Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey. It's all good.
You're not a grifter, honey. I know grifters. You're not a grifter. I'm a grifter. Like fucking. You're not a grifter, honey. Honey. That was spectacular. Very much happy about that. Okay, so probably everyone in the audience, most of them, and certainly Erika J. Kirk is her the number one thing they say about her is grifter. Like that's the number one thing they say about Trump and her. Like that's the stigma, right? That she's a grifter. And then other things, but the grifter is because the grifter means she's not really a wife, not really a wife and mother to Charlie Kirk. She was an opportunist and whatever else that goes with it, but she's using this opportunity to get as much money as possible, selling merch at his funeral, like this kind of thing. And it must be on her mind, right? So, I mean, she must be aware of the grifting thing. So, I just wanted to restate that here because, like, it's not just, it's the number one. It's the number one thing she's hearing and they're hearing about her. And that didn't help. Like, it didn't help the people who believe in her to believe in her more when she's like, saying grift in a Freudian slip type situation.
What I'll say is when I lived out here, I was here for 5 years. I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was. Okay,
so we know she dated, right? Because she's on a reality TV show, and I showed you the clips in 3 videos now. 2 videos ago, whatever it was, is in the playlist. There's one, and it's in the title, where I show all the clips. And she dated a gay dude. She was willing to date a gay dude to get on a reality TV show, right? Which is, she's willing to marry a gay dude too, right? Because, grifting, right? So we know that's just an out-and-out lie, and it's a lie that's so easily uncovered by the internet. And now there's another guy. We know that she dated this guy who, there's people found the stuff because it's there to find. But we see it on the reality TV show. She make it sound like she didn't want to date. she was keeping herself celibate, but she was willing to. Let's put it, even in her own words to Charlie Kirk. He wanted to date, and she's like, "Well, let's be friends," like that, and then she dated him, right? So, she didn't know that she knew at that moment he was her husband. Well, so whatever. It's like she was this gay dude. She said he was said some Christian stuff, and she said you're a light in a dark world, and she was in New York City, and she was, she was open to a lot of things, starring in music videos, modeling, acting, grifting, and marriage. Right? She was she was on the hunt. She was marketing her wiles, and someone who wouldn't notice her crazy eyes, right? Her crazy fucking penis lopping off. Lorena Bobbitt eyes, right? And so, like that's who she is, right? It's like a liar. She thinks she can say these things, and they're not going to come back up. And that grifting thing's going to be all over the internet. Like it's a huge slip up. I mean, it's just like, is it how can that almost like has to be intentional? It's so bad, right? But
somehow getting drinks was the replacement of having coffee and breakfast. I personally would rather have.
The guy said, let's go get him some mojitos together. And she went with him, and she gave him her number.
Coffee or brunch with someone than going. I don't drink. I find it unproductive, not because I'm holier than whatever. I just don't operate.
It's holier than thou.
That way. But I always thought it was very strange how she would go to drinks with one guy and then go to dinner with another.
Yeah, and you're calling your friend a whore? Is that what you're doing there?
So it goes twofold here. So if you're expecting to marry someone that I was blessed with, like a Charlie.
Like a guy who gets killed in the prime of his life. If you want that kind of guy, then you better not be getting drinks with people in New York fucking city if you're single.
You have to be the type of woman that will attract a Charlie.
Exactly. A grifter. And a woman with a penis, right? All right, so we know that happened. I've already showed you some stuff on this, like 2 videos ago. And then there's more stuff here. So not only did she date that other guy, Erika Franze, I just found out you and Big Jort 55 are together. He's a cutie and was been my fave BNN player during his time. He played college basketball. Big Jort 55. She was dating big fucking Jort 55, and then she married little Jort to Charlie Kirk. Hot couple right now. Erika Franze, even more proud of my love. Miss you. RT. Big Jort 55, so proud of you, Erika Franze. That's a dude saying that. Hot couple right now, or I don't know what this is, RT. Hot couple RT, and then another RT here, so. And don't tell me, because I fucking could look it up. Like, I don't care. But hot couple, Jerry says hot couple. What guy says hot couple? Fucking hot couple. Look at the hot couple. Like, I've never heard a dude say that. Even a gay dude, right? I waited tables with gay dudes. I don't think they would have said, well, maybe, a couple of them. But, hot couple. Like, who are these fucking Republicans that say shit like hot couple? Big Jort, 55. So how many Big Jorts are there? This person, KY Sport Radio, I know about this? Nice. Big Jort, I miss you. Erika Franze, so happy that she is my girl. Can't wait to see you. Jort means jean shorts, right? I learned that from Impractical Jokers in New York City. Big Jort 55, Crazy Girl by Eli Young Band. That's for my girl, Erika Franze. I say so, man. She's bad. Yes, she is very bad. Erika Franze, you are blessed to have Jorts in your life. Met him once and have been hooked ever since. He's the real deal. Hashtag big heart and big Jorts. Erika Franze, Big Jort 55. This pic brought tears to my eyes. Amazing view, amazing life, an amazing couple. So they, someone went into the Big George 55. Erika Franze, you have a beautiful lady there, Jorts. Lord had truly blessed you. Hashtag BBN. Erika Franze, Big George, you are two obdorbs. You two are adorbs. Oh, adorable. Adorbs. This is another dude, Rich fucking Barry. He says adorbs. You two are adorable. He really like you to paint pots with you. He must really like to paint pots with you. What's that a metaphor for? Rub it harder, why don't ya? RT. Brittany Toll and Erika Franze, Big George 55, you all are too cute. Moreover, Big George 55, Erika Franze is the love of my life. So bye. Erika Franze, hi, thank you. We are getting better slowly but surely. Wish you guys the best. Hope everything goes well for you and Josh. That's Big George. Erika Franze, Big George 55, sweet ring. Shit, like they were engaged and shit. Erika Franze, Big George, cutest freaking couple ever. Why do I still follow this douche right now? Big George 55, need 8 people to follow Erika Franze and get her to 1,000. I don't know what this is. Josh Harrelson in Hebrew. God Family Basketball. Oh, this is, I don't know what these letters are, but this is Josh Harrelson, so he's a basketball player. He's dunking right there. He could dunk. Charlie Kirk couldn't. Big George, the online handle here. Let me make this bigger so I can see it. No, I can't. Fuck, it doesn't help. All right. Let's see if I can. Here we go. Now I can make this bigger, and that still didn't work. All right. Here we go. There we go. Former University of Kentucky and NBA player Josh Harrelson, a nickname stemming for his love, Big George, for jean shorts and his jersey number 55. Oh, still too big. 55, where am I? He gained fame for his hard-nosed play at Kentucky, got drafted by the New York Knicks, and used his unique nickname to build a brand, even selling his own jorts online. This is like, here's it. It's too big. Maybe if I minus it here. Here we go. There we go. 6'10", power forward center. Big George for his love of jean shorts. There he goes. College career, all this stuff. And then he became a star in the Chinese Basketball Association. And so Big fucking Jorts, she got Big Jorted. And so there was that. Then there's this here. So this is Monday Meditations.
Day meditations. To start the week off right, the phrase we're going to be meditating on is the sermon people never hear you preach. There's something I've been thinking about a lot lately. And
what is it?
And we spend a lot of time as Christians talking about truth. We fight for it, we defend it, we post about it. And in a world that's confused and noisy, that's understandable. Truth matters. Doctrine matters. The gospel matters.
It matters. It all matters. So she's calling this a meditation. It's not. And Christians get upset when you use the word meditation, right? Meditation is the way you connect to God. It's always been the way. Jesus meditated. Every spiritual person, everybody meditates. It's a mental state. You can't not meditate. But this isn't like true meditation. It's goofy shit, but still.
But here's the question that I can't shake. Does the way we live give our words weight?
Boom.
Or do our words collapse under the weight of how we live?
Boom. They do, Erika. Like you're a fucking fraud. So yes, that is they don't. I'm saying your words and your actions are two different things. You fucking fraud, right?
What I'm trying to get at here is that there's a kind of preaching that isn't done on stages or podcasts or pulpits. It happens in the kitchens. It happens in hospital rooms or on long car rides with your kids.
It happens in Big George 55's bedrooms.
It can happen in grocery store checkout lines, whether you're on the phone with someone who's hard to love. It's the sermon of your life. And most people will hear that long before they ever listen to what you say. It's your actions. It's always your actions.
Exactly. Your actions, Erika. It's your fucking actions. Your fake grieving, your grifting, your bullshit fucking selling T-shirts the day Charlie's funeral, like all that shit. That's grifted.
And I once heard someone say, preach the gospel at all times, use words if necessary.
Boom.
And now there's a debate about who said that and whether it's been overused, but there's still wisdom in that idea because the people around you, your children, your coworkers, your neighbors, and even your critics, are watching something far more powerful than your declarations.
This is actually, obviously she's a piece of shit fraud. But I say this all the time, it's your actions that matter. And a lot of people claim to be spiritual or Christian, and they don't act in that way, right? They don't, it's always an issue, right? And people are sincere in their spiritual pursuit, but it doesn't translate into actions. And the reason is the world sucks. And, it becomes hard for you to embrace your beliefs in a world that's shitty, but you have to, fight for it.
They're watching your reactions. They're watching how you respond when things don't go your way, how you treat people who can't give anything back to you, and how you navigate tension, how you navigate forgiveness of offenses and carry burdens that no one else sees.
Exactly. Like if a guy murders your husband and like 2 weeks later you use words like, I forgive him, but then, then you lose it when people have conspiracy theories about the validity of a bullshit fucking patsy narrative. Like that kind of thing, right, Erika?
The truth is, your life is always preaching something. The only question is, what story is it telling?
Boom. What story is it telling?
My husband is on college campuses getting screamed at by college kids as he's trying to share with them the truth.
Yeah. The truth paid for you by shekels. The sheckled up truth.
And he is so calm.
He's so calm about it because he knows he's getting $100 million in shekels, and so he's calm. He can take that shit.
Would I be calm? No, I wouldn't. I barely go to those only because I don't trust myself not climbing over the table and like attacking someone in the crowd because I'm very protective of my husband. But
wow, like is that how you roll? Are you a fucking badass? You an action hero? You're gonna crawl over the fucking table, attacking someone in the crowd after you get shot in the throat?
But it is the Holy Spirit. He is so calm. And that's a form of what I said earlier. Preach the gospel at all times. Use words if necessary. His actions radiate the Holy Spirit. Jesus didn't come as a religious celebrity. He came as a carpenter. And he spent most of his life doing quiet things in unseen places. He was honoring his earthly parents. He was working with his hands. He was showing up in homes and fields and synagogues, and even dusty roads, if you will. And when his public ministry finally began, it wasn't fueled by marketing, and it wasn't fueled by
shekels. He wasn't all sheckled up. He didn't get all sheckled up and go out there and buy support and buy popularity and manufacture something. He actually he became something, right? Like not like Charlie who fucking took shekels and me who inherited the shekels.
Charisma. It was fueled by love. It was fueled by presence and by truth. And yes, but truth wrapped in kindness.
Yeah, but that's not you. Your husband was Charlie Shekels. Okay, somewhere in there, and they don't have a transcript, so I'm hoping to get it here. She talks about being a widow.
Honor everyone. Love the brotherhood. Fear God. This verse reminds us that
fear God.
The gospel shines through humble, consistent honor. 2 Thessalonians chapter 3, verse 13. Wisdom.
All right, let me see if I find the widow thing, because I'm just, I don't want, it's hard to listen to her and the fucking music's annoying. Okay, so this is a long post that I just sort of scanned through. It says that Erika Franze's aunt married a Jewish dude, and somehow she was, I don't know, that made her Jew. I don't know what it was. And there's a video which I haven't watched. I couldn't find, there's some quote that it seemed like it was about widows and orphans, but I couldn't find it. And I just couldn't, it's just so hard to listen to. But here, let's watch this video, see if it tells us anything.
Merry Thanksgiving to you. Merry Thanksgiving to you, Jack. Merry Thanksgiving to you.
I'm not sure what it's all about. Is this her, I guess her Jewish sister? Some sister? Oh wait, let's go back here. There's something here. Nicole Rothstein, as Erica's cousin and best friend, thank you. She is grieving very hard in private. I have held her while she cried in my arms. She is strong when in public, but to doubt that she isn't grieving in private is crazy. I'm so tired of this narrative of her getting attacked. So I think they're saying because she married a Jewish guy that somehow Erica's Jew. I don't even understand, but there's connection. As her cousin who is fully Jewish, half her family is Jewish. While she herself is Christian, she has celebrated many Jewish holidays with our side of the family and highly respects the Jewish religion. Erica's cousin and friend, thank you. This is grieving hard in private. I've held her while she cried in my arms. She's so strong when in public. Yes, but to doubt that she isn't grieving in private is crazy. I'm so tired of this narrative of her getting attacked. The grieving in public sucked, right? Like, this isn't about her not grieving in private. It's about she chose to grieve in public, and she sucked at it. And it seemed like it was fake as fuck. It was fake. I mean, like, it was performative. Merry Thanksgiving to you, Erika Franze. There they are. Okay, so there's that. So many people sent me this, and I wasn't going to show it, but you broke me down. Here it is. Watch. They did a great job with the music here.
We did what we usually did before tours. We said our prayer, and we asked the Lord to protect us, and we asked the Lord that His will be done.
The Children of the Corn look, holy shit, the music is great.
That's what we did.
At one time, an employee of Turning Point, she has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount.
She has these cold, dead blue eyes, and she likes this thing, this thing where she said she'd jump over the table and attack people. She's quite fiery.
Money on it. She is building her business. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. What I am doing is releasing myself from the enemy's hands, where he could have a foothold in me.
Boom. Foothold in her.
But also wanting justice for them here on earth.
No, of course. But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that. He's sovereign, but He's just. And so let the Lord handle that.
I want to bring in
our... I'm glad I showed it to you. It's pretty fucked up. So that's Erika J. Kirk. All right, so that's today's Sunday, December 21st. That's all I'm going to do for today. I have to read through the rest of the comments, so I might do another voiceover if we get more Candace comments. I had something more to say about it, but I had kind of a weird night where I felt kind of lightheaded, which, so yeah, let's see if anything pops on Monday. This video isn't going up till Monday night. I can sort of, edit this and have it ready to go, and then I can sort of take the day off. Me and my wife can hang out and do stuff. So, today's the shortest day of the year. It's Sunday, December 21st, 2025. I know what I'm going to call the year. I came up with this idea, and I'm not going to say it today, but it's the big reveal will be like, I don't know when I do it, like New Year's Eve or something. I also do this Santa tracking at NORAD. We'll do that in a little bit. Maybe if I remember. But I thought of this thing, and I pretty much felt right about it. And then I got a comment. The first comment that I saw completely confirmed it, and I'll read that comment when I announced the year for 2026. Big doings here. So yeah, that's it for now. Okay, so I'm editing December 22nd here. I was showed this to my wife and we really laughed at it. And I'm against music as a manipulative tool, but this is really well done. Like it just, whoever put this together. And I was telling my wife about my ex's crazy eyes. My ex had those similar eyes and a very, this intensity, right? Where, when Erika Kirk talks about biblical things, she knows that level of bullshit, right? It's, whatever it is, she understands how to read the Bible and she has her own, bullshit interpretation, but it's consistent with what other people believe. But it's extreme, right? She's an extreme person, intense person. And those eyes are not like, and there's a craziness to, people have crazy eyes. And some people have crazy eyes all the time. You look at them, you're like, that guy's crazy. Like there's something in their eyes. And it's just they're off in some way. And you might not see it at first in their behavior, but if you hang around them long enough, you will. Like the crazy shit emerges, right? Like there's, they might be, you might have your reaction to looking into their eyes. Sometimes you have a reaction to somebody, and you're like, oh my God, this person's horrible, and I got to run away from them. Like it's a visceral reaction. I get into this at the end of the video talking about, that everyone has the truth, knows the truth inside them on some level. But then you meet the person, you talk to them, and they win you over, and they convince you that what you first originally saw wasn't true. And then 5 years later, you're like, yeah, that was totally true. I should have stayed away. Like I just ignored my first impression. But she has this, weird shit she does, and it's fucking crazy. It's intense, and it's all these other things. All right, let's get back to it here. Okay, so America Fest, the flag has 33 stars, which is, Freemasonic bullshit. I don't know why they would do that. It's uniform, so they have 10 rows of 3 stars. You can just count the rows. So to verify it, which I just did, because I didn't feel like counting them. And I'm like, well, it's 3 stars. You see their rows of 3. And so I think maybe because of the uniformity, maybe they had AI do it. But what the fuck? Why put the flag in there if you're going to do that many stars and you're going to be 33? Like, they just do shit all the time that provokes conspiracies, right? My wife was telling me that Rothstein woman was, she saw something on Reddit. The cousin of Erika J. Kirk, her great-grandfather was the guy who created those Chicago Black Sox. Remember that scandal where they, 8 men out, they all took money and they threw the World Series, and they all got thrown out of baseball. Shoeless Joe Jackson amongst them, famous baseball players. Because these guys worked regular jobs and then played baseball. They weren't going to pay shit, so they decided to throw it. And, the guy who bribed everybody was Erika Kirk's cousin's great-great-grandfather. So, and there's some other thing they're involved in some shady shit. Like, pump and dump and then collapsing businesses and whatever it might be. So, like this, there's always shit like that, right? Like, and I can't verify any of that, but, we see what we see. And it's completely corrupt and fucked and the rest of it. All right, like I said, I'm going to wrap this one up. Anything comes out today, I'll add it here. And then, I don't think anything's going to pop Monday about, Trump's avoided the big thing, which was his letter to Jeffrey Epstein and his previous comments. Like, things get normalized, but he said they were, Jeffrey was a terrific guy. He likes to party. And they say he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And he likes them on the young side. Which Trump knew that Jeffrey Epstein was with underage girls. Because Trump, and then the shit that he did, ground by the pussy, going into the, fondling young women and going into the dressing room because he was the owner of the pageant, Miss Teen USA, all that shit that he did. Like, he's a creep and he's, an elitist. And, I saw a great, so I opened up Twitter today and somebody said, I'll try to recreate it. I didn't take a screenshot of it, but the person said, Is it safe to assume that I stand with Israel is synonymous with I went to Epstein Island? Right? And so that kaboom. So I don't know who thought of that, but that's quite funny and, interesting and truthful, So all these people that's coming out are all the same people that were, I stand with Israel people. But yet again, there's lots of people that said I stand with Israel that didn't go to Epstein Island, but in terms of the elite media-based people. Anyways, again, I'll add to this whenever I get a chance. Okay, Tulsi J. Gabbard here. Let's get a frontal view. Here we go. Tulsi J. Gabbard. I'm gonna bust out my Tulsi J. I don't have anything here. I'm looking for a Nicki Minaj interview, perhaps with Erika J. Kirk. The little YouTube recommended a little mini video of it, and I think she's being interviewed. We'll see. But let's do her imitation here briefly.
Enough. And it is the greatest near and long-term threat to both others who not only believe in American values, but actually live them.
Not only believe in American values, but actually live them.
Leaders who are committed.
Leaders who are committed.
To ensuring that we have a government of, by, and for the people. And
ensuring that we have a government of, by, and for the people.
Leaders who most importantly put freedom and the interests and well-being of the American people first.
First?
In every single decision that they make.
In every single decision that they make. They, them make. All right. All right. That's just that's all I wanted to do here. Okay, I'm scrolling through this stuff on Rumble, and looking for Nicki Minaj, which she appeared today, the 21st of December, Saturday. But this woman shows up.
Your success does not require you to be in college debt or be striving for that corner office.
What the fuck is this?
There's so much that can be done, and have a career in something that you love and have passion for. I've spoken to so many people.
Who's this dude?
Who do. At TradeWorks USA.
Okay, so this is an ad. But holy shit, they're running ads during this thing. Okay, so I only found out about this, 10 minutes ago. But Nicki Minaj and Erika J. Kirk are hugging right here. Okay, so they copyrighted the song that was playing, this horrible song here. So I have to re-record this, and this part right here. She's giving the heart there. She gives the heart for everybody, gives everyone a salute. Erica's laughing for no apparent reason. And then there's the fucking stupid-ass fireworks. And, there's not a lot of grieving going on. I'm sure people mention Charlie, somewhat, but less than normal. Look at the fucking laser show. You can imagine down. Look at all the people with their cameras and all that bullshit. Just a fucking, just a, I don't know. So that was the intro here. Are you serious?
Hello, how are you? So those of you who know, Charlie was very good about having a surprise for every AmFest. And we are so blessed to have you. We are so grateful. I mean, thank you.
How does this, Nicki Minaj made a lot of demonic music. I mean, she had lots of Illuminati, devil worshipping shit, and very gross lyrics, right? I noticed that scrolling through this thing, a lot of the women were dressed in like mini skirts, like things like that, which seems like goes against traditional sort of whatever. But this isn't real Christianity. It's gaudy as fuck, right? There's 33 stars on the flag, but they don't care who they have on here as long as they claim to be a Christian. Because Nicki Minaj is going to do so. I already saw the clip, right? And, they had Antonio Brown on last year, and I wanted to make fun of that because I thought it was this year. Antonio Brown has some sort of brain damage. He he was getting I don't know, splitting up with his ex-wife or girlfriend or whatever, and he was yelling at her and the cops, dropping the N-word a lot at the cops and throwing a big bag of dicks at them, like gummy bear dicks, right? Remember that? But, he got hit by that guy Perfect. Was it Lance Perfect from the Cincinnati Bengals? A vicious, illegal hit. And he was never the same after that. And he wasn't great before that. But somebody who's unhinged, psychological issues. And he appeared, right? Like, they don't care. If anybody says they're a Christian, they'll roll them out. They don't care who it is. And even somebody who's, her music isn't Christian friendly, right? So. And Erika Kirk slathering all over her.
I'm honored to be here. I am honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
Love you guys. So we're just going to dive right into this. You had some fun words for Governor Newsom.
Woo!
I have to read these tweets because they're amazing and they are so funny. Okay, first one, we'll do this one. Unless you want to read it in your own voice. I think it'd be really great. Okay.
Oh, Gavy Poo, it only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. Get on the nearest jet ski and let that beautiful hair blow in the wind. It'll make you happier than this race that you will not win.
What they got? Is that Chucky? How does Chucky make appearance at America Fest?
Enjoy life. Peace.
Boom. That was so amazing. Wow, it's so amazing. Wow.
Okay. One more.
Why not? Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. Not Gav, the Gav nots. Gav not in, Gav out. Send in the next guy, I'm bored.
Boom. I mean, unbelievable tweets. Woo! Like, this is
So I'm
silly.
just going to let you riff. Like, I want you to say whatever you want to
Yeah, go let her riff. Let her riff, Erika. What the fuck?
say to Mr. Newsom.
Dear Newscom, we don't have a problem cleaning up the scum if we have to. Please tread lightly. That's what I would say to Gavy Poo.
Like, this is her normal state where she just giggles and smiles and, she's really big into celebrities. And anybody who's, I thought Russell Brand was bad. And maybe he's worse because of some of the accusations. But they'll roll anybody up. Like, anybody who claims to be Christian and, supports whatever it is, as long as they're a celebrity or they're famous, they'll roll them out here, right?
So with regard to the current administration, what has been maybe the biggest surprise for you or something that you just really has been put on your heart that you've learned about our president and our vice president?
Well, I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president.
Woo!
He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope.
Yeah, he's just a hopeful guy.
That there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high. And
I can't believe they're still thinking this, right? Like are you oblivious to what's happening around you?
Your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me.
Look at this person sneaking in here. Look at this fuck.
So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it. But you do.
Okay.
And
let's move like a little bit here, just randomly.
With God, because I think a lot of us want to hear.
Sure.
Okay, she can't, like, you're not supposed to put your microphone down so quickly.
Okay? Know that.
Know that, this guy.
Hear that.
Hear that.
Receive that, bullies.
Bullies.
We won't be silenced ever again.
You bullies.
We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in this world.
Boom. Woo!
Amen.
Look at him give her standing ovation. Fucking.
I don't know if you can see this at home, but she is getting a ton of standing ovations.
Yeah, it's just amazing with these 47 hats.
I love you guys so much. Thank you guys.
So going along that thread, can you tell us about your relationship with God? Because I think a lot of us want to hear.
Sure.
Not the devil, but like God.
Well, my relationship with God started, well, when I was a toddler in Trinidad. My grandmother, if things got spicy in the
She'd go slaughter a chicken and splatter its blood all over the house.
like if the kids and grandkids were arguing or fighting, she would make all the little kids go in her room and make us say and say a prayer. So later on in my life, well, not much later, when I was like 10, 11, 12, I started going to church in New York. And it changed everything. It changed my life for the better because I was going every week. I was hearing the word of God be preached. And then I was going home and I was applying it to my life. Even as a little girl, I learned how to pray very early.
And so then when did you decide to do all this Illuminati demonic music? Let's go to the very end here. It's just fucking weird.
They get shown up. When the truth walks in the room, the lies hide.
Boom.
They don't come out willingly.
Exactly.
You gotta pry it out of them.
Exactly, like Egyptian planes.
They hide because they don't want you or anyone to know who they really are behind closed doors, because even they know how evil it is to try to deprive people of worshiping God.
Amen. Woo. We love you. Nikki Minaj.
Thank you, guys. My darling, thank you for having me.
She goes, touch her head, touch her head. Get her, touch the back of her head. There we go. Well, look at him get all handsy. You know, it's fucking weird as hell. It's just creepy. Give a thumbs up. All right. Boom. All right. She's gonna say something to Erika J. Kerr. She's gonna shove her off at the backstage. I wonder how much she had to pay for that. Where's it coming?
Of you, our incredible president.
Oh, here she comes back. It's very sad. It's very sad in there.
Okay. Woo. Last year, my husband introduced to all of you our incredible President of the United States. This year, it's my blessing, Amfest, and privilege to be able to introduce to you our incredible Vice President
and my future next dead husband,
J.D. Vance.
Woo!
JD Vance lives the American dream because he wants you guys to be able to live the American.
All right, so I think Trump appeared by whatever. He didn't show up because I think he's physically hurting or just he's depressed. But they got this female to male person come out, and then Nicki Minaj, and this is America Fest, you guys. Okay, I think I missed something here. My wife was going to send it to me, but I think she forgot. I just went back and found it. Nicki Minaj maybe calls JD Vance an assassin because people are talking about it on Reddit. So sometimes I just get tired of the whole thing. This thing wasn't, she gives a lot of interesting answers that I had to go back and find this spot. I was already there, but I didn't know, where that was. But here, let's get to it.
And our vice president.
Well, I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win. Woo! And to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact.
And your diaper on.
He's from Queens, New York, like
exactly. He's from Queens.
So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it. But you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly. Having to constantly be lied on.
Or, commit crimes to get away with them, depending on which side of reality you're on.
It's not really that funny until you are in that person's shoes.
It's really funny. It's the only good thing about it is it's really funny.
That's being lied on.
Yeah, like she knows how to be lied on. Erika Kirk knows she's being lied on all the time. When she tells lies and people call it on her.
You'll never
call her on it.
Understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies, and that's not. And it's just not fair. But this administration is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them, but they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that, but both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them when I hear them.
They're totally unrelatable. J.D. Vance is one of the weirdest motherfuckers out there. And Trump, who's like Trump? How can anybody relate to Trump, right? How seriously. I mean, and he's the biggest elitist. Now, you guys are all, elite people, and you're in the elite club. But, he's not relatable to anybody. He's weird as fuck, too. He's a strange person, different. Not weird in the way J.D. Vance is, but...
Speak, I know that they're one of us. I know that they're not. Don't you guys agree?
Yeah, they're not one. This is what I've been talking about. All these people, none of these people are one of you. And you're not one of them, right? That's why they're all cheering, because you're a celebrity, right? You're in that club, and then everyone else is in, a bigger club of different types of people. But there are people who are in the elitist club, which you're handled, and you're part of this thing, right?
They haven't lost touch of the world. You know, they're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world, with the younger people and older people, with the richer people and not so rich people. They have the ability to still connect and be real and make us feel proud to be American.
So why now have you...
Okay, so I must have got the wrong part. I'm going to go search for it, see if I can find it here. I thought that's where she called him assassin, but it's here.
Men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president. And you have amazing role models like the...
You know, Nicki Minaj, it's very highly educated. She went to that school of arts, like one of those really prestigious school of arts in New York City where they have all these artists and entertainers. And, you know, when you see her as a younger person, she was she could do like Shakespeare and shit like that, right? You know, so then she did this degraded like host videos, and there's stuff, maybe I'll find one with her acting like a demon or devil worshipping video or something. And then they just forget about all that shit. Like, it's just amazing. You know, it's like, well, Nicki Minaj on our side now. Bring her out.
Assassin.
Wait, right here.
It's like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
like, you know, when he assassin Charlie Kirk, and she's laughing.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we did. I love you. I love you. You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back.
What the hell happened there?
and you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we did. I love you. I love you. You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back.
God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. What fucking weird shit is that? You know, God isn't good. God is love. God is truth. You know, so the two, then love and truth are the same thing. But God is truth. So truth is truth. And so, you know, what reason is it that you have to be called bad names, and why does it bother you? Why do you care about what people who you don't respect say about you? But Nicki Minaj kind of glitched out there. I think she's glitched out before. Like, I don't know why she said assassin. But then she just froze up and didn't have any way to, you know, she's not used to this live Christian Republican things. It's her first time. And she wasn't supposed to say he was an assassin. Because who the fuck did he assassinate? The only person would be Charlie, right? So, all right. There's this stuff with Jimmy Dore, and also something to do with, there's a little bit of Epstein update here. Nothing happened other than they're pissed at Pam Bondi, but let's show you that here. Okay, so there's a couple things. I don't know if this is... We're going to get to the Pam Bondi thing. Here. This is Morning Joe. So today is Monday the 22nd. The video's going up tonight. And, you know, like I was saying, you'll hear later on in this video if I haven't said it already. Probably it's in the voiceover that's coming up. But, you know, that it was kind of brilliant of them to do this around Christmas. It's just that Jeffrey Epstein thing, you know, was always a fringe thing. You know, back when I covered it first, very few people knew about it. And it wasn't as big a thing there. So I have, you know, I covered this 10 years ago or whatever it was, right? So, you know, it was fringe. And then it became mainstream right wing, and now it's mainstream left wing, and the story has staying power. But they can't allow it to destroy people's perception of, like, they can't admit to that the government conspired with various people, like media and everybody else, to assassinate JFK, because things are much worse now. So if they did that in 1963, then they've been fucking with you for all the other stuff becomes true. If that first conspiracy is revealed, then what do you say about 9/11? What do you say about all these other things, right? And so there's things that they just can't admit to because, again, people are fucking brain dead and, don't care and pathetic. I mean, like I don't think there's anything they can say that really, undermine the system enough that people would just quit on it. But, it is pretty bad. And they don't want to, I mean, everything's so fragile right now. You can't have even a small loss of, everyone's like, the system's completely fucked and lose complete faith in the system. Like anything can tip it over, anything can make it tip over, which they're trying to do anyway, right? At some point they have to break the system and then sell you on something else, right? Say the system's really corrupt, it's bad, we have to fix it, and we have to do wholesale changes, and guess what? Here's your house that's, 10 feet by 10 feet, right? Like, here's your living space, good luck with that, right? So, but anyways, let's hear this.
Well, some of them have realized the political consequence. This is why Hakeem Jeffries, and he doesn't get enough credit, but he stood firm.
He gets more than enough credit.
And he said that we are going to make sure that we have an extension of the affordable tax credits. 4 Republicans actually signed the discharge petition on our side. They knew they were going to lose.
Okay, so let me get to the Pam Bondi stuff. Right here.
House can have a fine on her personally. Every day they don't release the documents. But let me tell you why this matters. You had survivors come twice to the Capitol to relive their trauma and tell their stories. This country's abandoned them for decades. These were girls from working class families.
Yeah, the Democrats abandoned them and said it was false the whole fucking time.
They often didn't have a father. Some of them were daughters of immigrants, and they were preyed upon. Over 1,200 of them. Now, on this release, one of them, they released her name as the survivor.
You think he had 1,200 victims and these women weren't with other people, right?
And they didn't release the FBI file that she's been asking for. It was horrendous. So Massey and I, we went on TV yesterday morning. We said we're going to hold her in contempt. Suddenly they start to scramble. They're now releasing unredacted documents. They're saying we're going to release more documents, not because of Massey or me, because they know that Republicans themselves are upset at what Bondi has done. In fact, one Republican said, I don't think Massey will mind my sharing this. He said, my concern with you is we want Donald Trump to fire Pam Bondi. You don't need to get involved. But Bondi has lost all credibility, and these survivors are not going away.
What was the House vote on releasing all the files?
427 to 1.
427 to 1.
You ever have a vote like that, Joe?
Only to force me off the House floor to stop talking about Alabama football. I'll answer the next question for you.
Who was the fucking one was the question. Who was the one? It must have been Johnson, the Speaker of the House. Like, who was the one person who voted against it, right? Like,
fallout over Friday's release of the Epstein files continues to draw scrutiny here on Capitol Hill, with some lawmakers threatening to hold the Attorney General of the United States in contempt for not releasing more information. Washington continues to react to what the Department of Justice released on Friday, and while new Epstein files were...
Okay, so, the House vote, these guys were hesitant, but no one wanted to vote against releasing them. It's political fucking suicide. And Trump was trying to bully Marjorie Taylor Greene and the other people until they were like, you ain't fucking winning this, bro. And, like, he's been a piece of shit ever since. I mean, he's been, like, fucked up ever since, right? Trump has. But they've taken things off the website and, they haven't released everything. It's, like I said, I was hoping to cover bombshell stuff, but right now we're still covering cover-up stuff. And I don't know if the bombshell stuff's going to come out, how it's going to come out, all these things. It was said, Morning Joe, the opening, which I watched when I was eating breakfast today, he was talking about how they, keep on releasing pictures of Bill Clinton with Epstein, but nothing else, right? Like, so, it just makes it worse. And I don't know if like this is playing into what I think 2026 is going to be about. It might happen before then. I think this is going to ding Trump up somewhat. I will see how much. Hopefully a lot. Like he should lose all credibility and whatever. I don't think it's enough to get him to step down or whatever, because nothing will do that. But we'll see what happens. But this, irreparable damage to his base, and and all the people that push for this, right? And then maybe stuff to do with Israel. Like let's hope it. You always hope for something. I'll believe it when I see it, right? But anyways, there's really nothing to report because nothing was released, and the only thing to report is that they're more, they're more obscurantism, or disinformation, more withholding information. So we'll see when if this ever becomes a thing, we'll see it. It could be, but probably not. Okay, so this video for Jimmy Dore popped up, and Jimmy Dore seems like an all right, good guy or whatever he is. But he was one of the people that completely failed with the calling out Trump on this bogus assassination attempt, right? And so this video was about how Ben Shapiro, and I hadn't heard Ben's speech, and I'd heard the part where I think it's in this video. If it isn't in this video, it's in my last video, where Megyn Kelly just rips him a new one. And so I wanted to hear that speech. I didn't want to watch the whole speech, so I decided to watch this clip. And he starts off with a Tucker Carlson's clip, right? But then he gets into Ben Shapiro and how he's a shill for Israel, all blah, 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 blah. And then this happens.
From the group, except Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are actually the leaders of the conservative movement. They're actually the people that people look to, conservatives look to. So they're way more popular than this douche canoe. So that's the problem.
This douche canoe? All right. The problem here is, why would you still be talking about being conservatives anymore? Like, this is the problem. Like, this is a problem I have with all this stuff that these guys say, all of them, on both sides of the aisle. When when the Democrats ran out Joe Biden, and they were like, he was going to be different than Trump, and they ignored the fact that he was fucking senile. He really had Parkinson's, which is even fucking worse. He clearly had dementia. He clearly was a fucking complete piece of shit politician his whole adult life. Like, he got elected to the Senate when he was like 28, 29 years old. And so he really didn't have any other job. He starts off as he doesn't like do a lot of governmental shit before that. He wins some, shitty little race in Delaware where they have all these corporate interests, right? They make it easy for corporations to register there, right? They have all these corporations across the country register in Delaware for tax benefits. And it's small little, nothing state. And he gets and wins the Senate race. And then he just becomes a part of the power dynamic in Washington, D.C. because he's there forever. He runs all these committees. He ends up being vice president. He's a complete fucking scumbag, right? Just, his wife dies in a car crash, and there's a lot of suspicion around that. And he marries this 18-year-old babysitter and shit like that, like all this fucked up stuff. The groping, the snoozling, the weird shit he did. He's like a complete fuck up and a boob. And he's just a, parasite Washington, D.C. fucking person. And then he goes senile and he runs for president. They want him to run for president because they feel like he's the only guy to beat Trump. They hide him. And then he turns out to be a disaster. And he's got this second disaster with him, Kamala Harris. And they completely fail. And the Democratic Party is reeling because of their incompetence. And all they had during that period of time for the last 10 years is, well, at least we're not Trump. And so that sucks, right? And at some point you got to realize your party sucks. It's not, like you have two choices that are given to you, the powers that be, and neither one of them are real choices, right? So this is like if you're dabbling in so-called conspiracy theories and truther type of, not believing in the official story, at some point you realize that there's no difference between the Democrats and Republicans. The difference is superficial. Their preferences, like their one of the parties appeals to your demographic more than other parties, than the other party. That's all it is. That one of them caters to your beliefs a little bit more than the other party does. That's all it is. But they don't really deliver on your beliefs, and most people understand that. And so this piece of shit and the rest of these guys all, decide to be conservatives. I don't know, piece of shit. But I mean, just, they're all, we're all conservatives. And we see that Biden was a disaster. But Trump went out as a total piece of shit. Like, he went out, the vaccine was his fault. If he didn't push the vaccine through without proper testing, and he didn't expedite it just because he wanted to look like he was better than anybody else. And he put it out too fast even for Bill fucking Gates, for Bill Master Gates, right? And so, he didn't like, if he didn't do that, there would have been no vaccine issues. There would have been never any of the forced vaccine. It wouldn't have got, by the time the vaccine was ready for mass distribution, it would have been too late. COVID would have already mutated out of existence. There never would have been all that bullshit that many people went through. And many people here, when their family have taken the vax, or you were forced to take your vax for the job, that's all on Trump. The so-called, the self-proclaimed father of the vaccine. Shutting the economy down because of COVID, the other piece, and then all the rest of it, right? Getting worked at the election. I mean, turning on his supporters when they went up to the Capitol Hill at his behalf, with him encouraging them, and just was a piece of shit. Then he remained a piece of shit for the 4 years of Biden presidency. And these guys were like, this guy's going to be our savior. And they all rolled in and ignored this obvious WWE-style fucking fake assassination attempt. If it happened to Biden or Kamala Harris, they would have called bullshit. And this is what I'm talking about. When you see something that's a lie, and you're like, well, these are my buddies, these are my pals, these are the people I like, so I'm not going to call bullshit on this, right? Then what use are you as a person? Like, what good are you? Like, if you can't see truth, you gotta uphold truth, like at every juncture of your life, right? Especially within your own bullshit. You got to call yourself on your own bullshit, or realize that at least you're lying and you're bullshitting, and don't try to rationalize it or justify it. Just accept that you're doing it for whatever reason, and then now I mean, you're lying anyway. But at least you know you're lying. At least you're not, But these guys all fucking went along with fucking Trump, and Trump has been a complete disaster, and he's owned by Israel. And I know this guy just talked about it here, and I know he's had somebody on his show because somebody sent me it. At least they're all thinking about Trump's ketchup gate being like it's fake. Like, they all kind of are coming around to this. So if you know that Trump has turned out to be a piece of shit, and Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit because he took tons of money from Israel, and all these people are pieces of shit, and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are not the leaders of the Republican Party. It's Trump, and then whoever is going to be the next president or the next person running for president, which may be J.D. Vance. But these are the people who are going to be the face of the Republican Party, whoever it is, and they're going to suck because they're the candidates. It's not the fucking pundits. It's not, people who get, a couple million people on YouTube. It's the people who can generate, 60 million votes or whatever you need to win the election, and people who are going to have the money to do it. And Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens aren't going to run for a political office, and they would never win presidency. They would never be legitimized, so they're not the fucking leader of the conservative movement. They're people who talk shit on the internet like everyone else, and the only difference is they're part of the problem. They're shills. They're the beast. And so, anyways, let's listen to little Benny Shapiro here. But like this idea is like, this is why these people all suck. Because everyone can admit now, Trump sucks, Biden sucks. They suck so bad that there's no coming back for them. All the other candidates suck. And even if they didn't suck, nothing's going to change. And so then you have to deal with that. Like, deal with fucking that, right? Just sit with that and figure out what that means, right? For you and for everybody else.
It's an upward. They got all the money behind them, for sure. But it's an upward fight because Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens have the truth behind them.
Yeah, they don't have the truth behind them. If they didn't call bullshit on the fake assassination attempt of. And they're not calling bullshit on Charlie Kirk, right? They're not, and they're not. I mean, none of these people are. They're not saying Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit that took all this money from Israel, and that he wasn't a spiritual person or any of these things. Okay, so with that, let's get to Benny Shapiro here.
Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. Meghan Markle is a young mother. Ilhan Omar is a young mother. That doesn't matter. And when Megyn said this week, quote, "My goal and my job here is to try to understand, yes, where Candace is coming from on this," and says she sees no purpose in inserting herself, quote, into this on one side, that is a moral and logical absurdity. There is only one moral side here, Erika Kirk's side.
Okay, so he's a real piece of shit. Then Tucker's going to come out. He's going to talk about how, Charlie Kirk was completely against censorship and canceling people. Ben Shapiro's talking about it here at this event, which is true. But the fact of the matter is, if you have friends or people who you're associated with or whatever, or if you are rooting for someone like Trump, and you know that the assassination attempt was fake, but don't call them out on it, then there's going to be a disaster later on down the road. Your job is to call people out on it. Your job is to tell the truth. Your job isn't to select what truths you tell or what truths you don't tell, based in who people are. And you might not be able to say something if it's smaller, but like this is, like you're either a truther or you're not. And none of these people are. They're not seeking truth. They're all politically biased, and they're all trying to carve out their own little piece of the audience, and they're all subjective in their truth telling. And so, none of this stuff matters. They just all suck, right? Like they all suck because they don't stand for anything. Like, they just go back and be a fucking shill. Like, don't come here. Don't be a part of this. This is for organic people. You could be wrong, but if you're genuinely wrong, but if you withhold, you owe your audience, right? You owe your audience the fucking truth. Then again, the best of your knowledge. And like if it's like I said, if I knew that something I was going to say would take down the system, I wouldn't say it. Like I wouldn't say it because unless it was my job to take down the system, right? Unless God ordered me or I knew that this should be said, or I let's put it this way: I don't care either way because the system's coming down. But we don't have to expedite it. The system will come down when it's supposed to come down, right? Like I have mixed feelings about it. I know the system's evil, and yet I know that when the system comes down, my life's going to get a lot worse, and my wife's and all of your lives, right? And so it's something like that. No one's in a rush for it, but we're all kind of in a rush for it because we're all fed up with the whole bullshit, right? And so. But in all that, like none of it matters. Like I understand none of it matters because we're not going to change the system. And so you might as well just tell the truth. And nothing you say is going to really affect the system on that level. So no, it doesn't really matter. Like none of these things really matter. So I would give everyone a wide pass, but just all these people just suck in the way that they present things because they're being dishonest to their audience because they're delaying your realization that you're fucked, right? Like you can start preparing now if you come to terms with it, at least preparing your kids for what's going to happen or whatever you can do. I don't know. Like each person has to judge for himself. So a lot of people are just going to give up. Like a lot of people are already, they're not, if the system collapses, they're just like, fuck it. It's too hard. I can't reinvent myself on that level. And I might be one of them. You get older, it's a little bit difficult. It depends on what happens, right? Like we'll all have to face the test of changing. People don't like to change. So with that, I'm going to do a voiceover. I have a comment that I want to get to here, and I want to address this stuff in the comment as well. Okay, it's Sunday night, December 21st. I'm going to wrap this video probably here. This is going to be the last thing you're going to hear, but I just shot a clip of Jimmy Dore. And I want to talk more about that. And I don't know if I'm going to put some other clips between, I have all day tomorrow to edit the end of this video. I've already edited the first part. And realize that we're in Christmas week. So you have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday's Christmas, and Wednesday's Christmas Eve. There's probably they did a good job at releasing the Epstein files on basically, then the following week is New Year's, and I mean it's not a lot of people go on vacation. There's just a lot of news people. They probably are going to avoid a big fallout from the Epstein files, and I'm sure it just doesn't seem like there's going to be a big reveal. And there's already big reveal stuff that came out and was more or less ignored. Trump is going to, we'll see what happens, but we'll see. The shit will come back around because Epstein thing just doesn't die for whatever reason. I mean, the fact is it switched from the Republicans pushing it to the Democrats, right? This whole thing. But next year, they'll see what happens with this, in 2026. And that will probably play into I already know what I'm going to predict the year is going to be, and that'll probably play into that. But, going back to what I was saying about Jimmy Dore and these people who are, fake truthers. And there's pretty much, there isn't very many real truthers that aren't pushing an agenda, right? That you have subjective, we all are subjective to whatever extent. But, the agenda is, whatever way that you're warping the truth or minimizing it for the right and maximizing it for the left is an example of that. You hold the left accountable for things. You don't hold the right accountable for these kind of things, right? And most viewers want the truth to be presented to them in that way. They want it to be, shaded in a way. I just watched the Pittsburgh Steelers play the Lions, Detroit Lions. And Pittsburgh had dominated the game and outplayed them, but Detroit came back and scored a late touchdown. Pittsburgh missed a really easy field goal that would have put them up 8. And Detroit was driving down. They were down 5. And if you guys might be familiar with the game, if you watched it, but the Detroit had a pass call back for offensive pass interference, and another one at the very last play of the game where the guy St. Brown caught the ball after he interfered with the guy. He pushed off on the guy. They stopped him at the goal line. He threw the ball back to unathletic Jared Goff, who's a quarterback for the Lions, and he ran in for a touchdown. But the penalty negated the touchdown, and the whistle would have blown him dead. And so the refs comes out and says, the refs are talking for about 2 minutes, but it's clear that they were going to lose. And he says, Detroit scores a touchdown, and the fans, it's in Detroit, and they're clapping like crazy, right? They're like, oh my God, they thought they were going to get fucked, which they, rightfully so. And then he said, but it doesn't matter because there's a penalty, and there's no way to review that penalty because it's pass interference, offensive pass interference. You can't review that. And so the game's over. And the fans are like, what? But you see this all the time where it's obvious that the call is the other team's been wronged, and they never cheer or they never boo the refs when they screw the other team, right? And people want to be catered to, and they were yelling, they were upset. The fans, they were going, they were showing the fans, but they lost the game. They got outplayed. Pittsburgh deserved to win the game anyway, and the guy did interfere. He pushed off to get open, and he didn't get in. He didn't score. And the lateral should have been blown dead because he was being pushed backwards, and the whistle had already blown. It was the game was over. But they wanted it. They wanted the refs to make it so they won, right? They wanted the refs to swallow their whistles and give them what they wanted to see, and that's the problem with people. They should want fairness, right? You see this in sports all the time. People complain, but they don't complain when it's done to them. They complain when they don't complain. It's fair play when they do it to the other team or when the refs don't make that call or whatever it might be. And subjectivity is, there's a price you pay for subjectivity, and we're all paying it, right? And so, you have to be objective or work towards objectivity and see the truth for what it is. And none of these people are even trying to do that. And so they're worthless because it isn't a time for subjectivity, because when you push a Trump or you push a Biden, you're pushing a piece of shit up there who's going to fuck up the place worse than before. And so, at some point you have to realize, yeah, there's no solution here. And then you have to figure out what that means for you. And, you know, if politics isn't the answer, then what, right? And this is why I always talk about spirituality and that people just don't want to go there. You know, this is why people don't want to change, because they want the world to match their view of the world. They want God to match their view of God, right? They want everything to match what they perceive. And with that, let me read this comment. It's another comment about me swearing. I think, you know, there's a little twist on this one. She sprinkled in a little twist. Erika predictive programming, Candance rabbit hole, plus Trump demands his face be, you know, replace Jesus' face on whatever. Always curious on how you, and he spelled you, Y-I-U. You know, I mean, I'm dyslexic, but Jesus. That's just, you know, pathetic. Always curious on how you so easily use curse words and belittle everyone and claim to walk a spiritual path. I don't know anyone in my life who is truly spiritual talks like you. You know, so first of all, I'm not defending the swearing. Like I talk about this so often. You know, swearing is it's not subtle, and God's subtle. So, you know, I'm not saying swearing is consistent with spiritual behavior. But you don't know anybody's spiritual, because somebody's spiritual, to be spiritual is really difficult. You know, people who are religious are one thing, but spiritual is, you know, people who are seeking a connection with God. And it's a very tumultuous relationship. And it takes hours and hours. You know, I talked about this earlier. You know, I've meditated I've logged in over like 24,000 hours of meditation over 32 years. And, you know, it's not just sitting there like fucking imagining shit, right? Like there's like a spiritual process, especially with the Sizemore system. And so when you put in that much time doing anything, you know, really doing it, really practicing, then you get better at it. And, you know, your relationship with God changes. And so that's what I'm talking about being spiritual. It's about, you know, committing to a spiritual practice, a spiritual process that actually delivers spiritual, you know, a deeper connection to God. And religions just don't do that. And most bullshit that people are doing are material things that they're doing. They're not truly spiritual. So that's what I mean by being a spiritual person, or be on a spiritual path. You know, you can't say you're a spiritual person, but you can say you're on a spiritual path. But in that, you know, swearing is not a big fucking deal. And I've said this over and over again. You dumb fucks have been, you know, you're a dumb fuck because you don't realize your own personal prejudice, which is you were told by your parents that swearing is horrible because you grew up in a Christian household. And they didn't take a hard line against murder because they knew you weren't going to murder anybody, or at least they thought you weren't. And they didn't make a big deal about stealing or many other things. And they might have stressed, say, adultery, but maybe not. But the thing that they were worried you were going to do as a kid was swearing. And so your parents took a hard line, Christian parents take a hard line against swearing, and kids think it's a lot worse than it actually fucking is, right? That's why I get all these dumb fuck comments. And, you know, just fucking leave, right? Because, you know, I swear here. Whether you think it's spiritual or not, your opinion doesn't fucking matter. I either am doing what I'm saying I'm doing, which is which is a personal situation. Like, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not trying to fucking impress you by saying I've meditated 24,000 hours, right? Like, that's fucking crazy amount of hours I put in to doing the spiritual pursuit. And I mean, even maybe more. And if you factor in the spiritual talk that I do, the videos here, the hours I put in here, talking about God in that way and whatever. I mean, where there's energy being moved, and being a conduit for God. And, you know, it's many more hours, because during the sleeping hours, I have the thought that, you know, God can use me as an antenna to, you know, push energy through me or whatever. I mean, I'm not, you know, at any part of the day, I'm open to be a conduit for God, like, just because of the nature of the Sajmark system. It's something that, you know, I mean, doesn't affect me. You know, I'm willing to be that as best as I can. So, but that's, you know, that's between me and God. It's not anything to do with you or any other people. It shouldn't impress other people. The effects should impress people, like the knowledge that someone would have for being on a spiritual path. If you can't see that, you're just, you know, some dumb fuck who's who's wandered into some place you don't belong, right? And you either rise up to it or you go back to dumb fuckland, to dumb fuckistan. I can't say that enough. Like you either rise up to something that there's a higher level of consciousness here, not because of me, because of, the gift I was given of doing this practice. I was a incompetent, underachieving piece of shit, right? Until I was lucky enough to start doing the Sajmark practice. So anyways, there's that. And so let's wrap this one up here. Okay, today's Monday, December 22nd. I want to add some stuff onto this end here. I'm going to also go read through the comments real quick, see if there's anything I want to address in the comments. I was going to end the video with my voiceover last night, but I had some thoughts about, more thoughts about what I was saying. Inside every person is a bullshit detector. Like, people know what the truth is. Like, inside every human being, there's the ability to see through lies. And when that is working with people, and it doesn't have to be 100%, right? Like, it's a variation. But people even with like limited abilities for abstract thought, people with primitive mental abilities, natural people, would be able to sense the truth, right? And all of us at some point in our lives, like, oh yeah, that motherfucker's lying, right? You know the person's lying. And you might not know exactly what the truth is, but that person's lying, to whatever degree. And, people have that ability inside them. And, we have all experienced it to whatever extent, right? I talk about how, like, when you were a kid, you would tell some lie and your parents were like, you're lying. You're like, how do they know? Then you become an adult and a parent, and some kid lies to you, and their lies are so, like, it's clearly that they're lying, right? I mean, not just because the lie's goofy, because they're kids and they don't even understand reality, right? So they don't understand the laws of physics, and they just make up bullshit lies. But on top of that, it's their body language, the way they're acting. There was a great couple of videos out there where people were confronting their dogs after their dogs had done tore up a room, and they had 2 or 3 dogs, and the one dog was clearly guilty. Like, the dog was definitely, showing, like, it just demonstrated with its body language, its behavior. But, we have this ability to understand, like, lies, right? And the problem is that we've been given so many lies, that we don't even know we're lying because what we were told were lies, right? Our fundamental understanding of reality is based in deception, right? So we're told lies from the, moment we're born. I mean, even something like Santa Claus, right? Like, and everyone's supposed to go along with that. Like, you're supposed to go along with this lie, and you're a piece of shit if you tell people there's, Santa Claus. You tell kids there's Santa Claus isn't going down your chimney, and they've added this bullshit elf on the shelf thing to it, right? It's a deceptive thing, and participating in the deception, and it's stressful because it's a deception, and you're supposed to keep it up, and it's just totally unnecessary. And it's like, it doesn't make kids any happier. It doesn't make their enjoyment of Christmas anymore. And it negates all the hard work parents do to give their kids a good Christmas by, attributing it to Santa Claus. Like, you get these gifts, and it's like, it says, mom and dad from it, but this one's from Santa Claus. Like, the fuck you talking about, right? It's stupid. But, like, there's these lies that you get, that are across the board. I always talk about there's all this stuff with the Santa truthers out there, people who want to bring truth to the Santa thing, because it's even like now a global deception, but certainly here in America more than anywhere else. And it's just completely fucked. And, there are subjective lies. And one of the big tells was Trump's fake assassination attempt. It was clearly fucking fake. But all these people who claim to be truthers didn't want to admit it because they were voting for Trump, and they thought Trump was, even if they didn't buy into him 100%. But every time, like, when I was watching Candace Owens tell everyone how she hates liars, and she just wanted to expose liars. But every time she says Trump's assassination attempt was real, she's lying, and she's deceiving her audience in various ways, right? She doesn't call her, herself on her own bullshit, right? Like, because people don't do that. And so, if you believe Trump's assassination attempt is real, or you haven't thought about it, you just went along with the group, you're repeating a lie, right? Like, you're repeating something that didn't happen, It's completely fake. And, you know, one of the provable facts, which you don't need facts, you have to look at the fucking thing. It was goofy. It was so fucking goofy and unrealistic. Trump's a shitty actor. The whole thing was so fucking bad. But, you know, he had a cut on his ear. That was this official story that was less than 2 centimeters, but it was non-existent when we saw Joe Rogan. And it had stopped bleeding the moment he stood up. Like, you know, when you get a cut, you bleed until you know, there's cuts that you have to do something. You know, there might be a minor cut, but it's bleeding. You have to stop the bleed. You know, you have to stop the blood from coming out. You know, a Band-Aid or just applying pressure on it with something usually. And then, you know, in some cases, stitches, which he didn't need. So he needed no stitches, which meant the thing was already, you know, when he goes to the doctor, they rush him off to the doctor. Allegedly, as people saw him come into the hospital. There's some video of that, walking into the hospital. And then he shows back up a couple days later, wearing a maxi pad on his ear. You know, this big-ass bandage, which was a lie. Like, he shows for his, you know, his speech for the Republican convention where he's being nominated. And it's 3 or 4 days later, he's got this maxi pad on, and then he's, like, not needing it. And then he shows up for an interview a week after that. It's 13 days after he's been shot, you know, this whole thing with his ear. He does an interview with Jesse Waters, and he's wearing a little bandage on it when, you know, the cut was healed. He didn't need a Band-Aid fucking ever. So that was all a lie. That was performative. Because, you know, at best he would have gotten nicked, right? So he didn't need a bandage, so there's no big deal. He got nicked on the ear. Like, how many people around the world got a worse cut than they were saying Trump got? And Trump didn't get anything because it was fake, but it was fake blood and fake everything. But let's say, you know, Trump got there wasn't a bullet and nicked his ear, which is stupid. Like, fucking really. It was retarded. But, you know, but everybody who believes that and repeats it is lying. The people who know it's a lie, it's even worse. But people repeat lies because you've been told lies your whole life, and you repeat them. You know, this stuff that the Bible is the word of God, that's a lie. There's no word of God, right? God can come through you, but the Bible is clearly not a pure divine, you know, just the purest essence of divine words, you know, put together and, you know, in a book. It's a very, like, gross book, weird shit in it, and it, you know, wasn't even Jesus's words. Like, and Jesus was not God, right? Jesus was a spiritual person. You know, they've made up this, you know, this bullshit story about him. They've taken stories from other places, you know, and made him sort of an amalgam of Jesus' accomplishments. And even in that, he was just, you know, a spiritual person. It was on, like, the first or second rung of his spiritual journey. Like, it's not you know, commendable, but not God, right? You can't be God. A person can't be God, right? God can come through you. You can be a conduit for God. That happens all the time. Divinity flows through people. You know, divinity, I do this work with the idea that God can come through me. And I have these, you know, realizations or, you know, divine, I don't want to call it channeling, but, you know, whatever, like what I'm doing right now and talking about this, you know, through meditation, but it certainly isn't the word of God, right? You know, it's a mixture of the conduit's own experience, you know, my personal experience, and the divine energy and knowledge that comes through. You know, God can't be trademarked or copyrighted. God is, you know, God flows. God is, you know, God is whatever God is, not what we say God is. And so, you know, if you grow up as a Christian, you believe that. It's hard for you to hear anything else because it's just there, but it's a lie. It's not true. You've been deceived, and then you're lying when you say that. Every person who says the Bible's the word of God is lying. Do they know they're lying? No. Well, not all the time. Most times, you say 90% of the time, maybe even 99% of the time, a Christian says the Bible's the word of God. Maybe they don't believe it 100%. You know, there's some doubt there. Or they're just parroting, but they're, you know, not purposely trying to deceive people. But it's just a lie. It's still a lie, right? Because they're repeating something that they believe that isn't true. You know, in that, there is, like, say, for example, if a woman says, do I look fat in this dress? Something like that. And there's no good answer to that question because the woman herself thinks she looks fat. She wants somebody to tell her what she sees isn't true, right? Because, the idea is there. And, there's a level of crazy deception that people have in terms of their relationship with their weight, because especially women, but everybody in America, because you have on one side of the equation, carrying a six-pack in terms of your abs is unnatural. It takes an unnatural amount of exercise. It takes, unnatural eating habits and, whatever it is, water, whatever you have to do to achieve like a superhero body. And, you have to, like these actors and actresses have these trainers and they have these dietitians and they put all this effort into having these superhero bodies, right? And then they lift weights and pump, they pump up their muscles and do whatever they can to make themselves look bigger in that scene in the movie. And then, there's whatever they use for filters they use now. Of course, before it was airbrushing, whatever they would do to, make somebody look perfect, like make somebody models look perfect and, whatever pictures or things in movies, lighting and things that they do, and makeup, all the stuff that's gone into creating an illusionary idea of what somebody should look like, right? And now there's plastic surgery and all these other things. People have a very unhealthy and deceptive relationship with their reflection, with looking in the mirror, because of all the pressure put on people's appearances and what they're competing against in terms of the ideal, which is really unachievable, right, on a constant basis. Your weight fluctuates and your complexion fluctuates and, just in your aging and all these things, right? And it's it's just unhealthy and unnatural. The fact that they've used sexuality as a marketing tool over and over again in every possible different way, in new ways. There's a good TED Talk called The Great Porn Experiment, this guy Gary Wilson. It's probably about 15 years old now, and so it's only gotten worse. And he talked about, there's a binge mechanism that you have. And, your physical body, there's the sexual binging, the biological aspect about reproduction, right? The necessity for it, and also things like sugar and fat, because they're very rare. Like we created sugar and fat in abundance. Fake sugar is fake fat, usually bad for you. A lot of it bad for you and unnatural. But in nature, they don't have it. So you're told to, get as much of it as you can when you come across it, right? Sugar is energy and you need fat, to store fat, whatever it might be. Most natural animals are very skinny and scrawny. And you have these binge mechanisms, which they've taken advantage of with marketing tools and all these things, impulse items. And they marry that with this idea that you should be unnaturally skinny. Like when your body has you have a natural weight when you're 17, 21, 25, right? You have, what you should be then, right? When I played basketball in my early 20s, my family has longevity in our genetics. My parents both lived into their 90s, and my 4 grandparents, 3 of them went into their 90s, and my grandfather was in World War I and II, all the mustard gas, shit like that. He was a fireman before they wore oxygen masks, and he smoked, and he died of lung cancer. And he worked with toxic glues when he made, fishing poles and boats and shit. So he was somebody who probably would have outlived all of them. He played professional football, when it first started, whenever that was, for Chicago for like $10 a game, something like that, right? Like it was, he was almost like an action hero kind of person. And so longevity, like living into your 90s, is something in my family, right? And, I couldn't put on weight. Like I wasn't fully grown until I was 21, 22. My family grows late, but I still was growing in my college years. And I just couldn't put on weight. I was lifting weights and I just couldn't do it. I was power eating and all these things, but I was very active and, might have a high metabolism. At some point in my, my 30s and 40s, I started to put on a little weight, but not really till I was 50. And, I grew up, my dad was always fat. Like that's, my dad was in his 40s when I was born. And he was, he had a beer belly and these things. And then, my brother got fat, like my brother. I hadn't seen him in a while. And he put on a lot of weight. And then they both got really skinny. I think my brother's probably pretty skinny now. He's in his 70s. My dad withered down to nothing. The last time I saw him, he looked like a walking cadaver, right? And so you have, these things, a genetic arc where you have a natural weight, and that natural weight fluctuates, right? And I'm saying all these things because, there's this pressure and deception about, what it is to be at your natural weight. Like if you're eating healthy and you're exercising, you're within 5 or 10 pounds of like your optimal weight at that time of your life, right? If you're an active person and, people worry so much about it, like, in an obsessive way, and that just makes the situation worse because it adds stress. The other thing is reducing stress and cortisol and, getting a good night's sleep. And so if you're living a healthy life, you're connected to the divinity within you, then you look the way you look, right? And that look is going to fluctuate, right? You're going to look better when the summer months when there's more access to sunlight and things, and especially if you're a white person, you have more color and these things, and you get more sun and, whatever it might be, but so things are going to go up and down. And, just accepting it. Like, that's what I look like, and it's fine because there'll be somebody out there that loves me, and that'll be more than enough, and they will see me as beautiful or whatever, attractive. Because, true love is seeing beyond the physical and, and all these things. Like, it's your perception just gets better with age. Even a person that's, getting older, and I mean, and by all standards, less attractive by, wrinkled skin and whatever happens as people get older. But your lover, your person that loves you, thinks you're more and more beautiful because of the deepening of your love, and that's the ideal. Like that's what you should be hoping to achieve, right? But people try to work on the external part. I mean, if you're working on your internal part and you're becoming more and more lovable because you're deepening your spiritual connection, and the divinity within you is radiating out of you, become radiant, right? Because even not even on like on a beyond a physical level where there's divine love emanating, divine light emanating from your being, and people are attracted to it, not like at a sexual level, and it could be, but more on just it's something that's attractive, right? That it should attract people, like people are attracted to the sun or something. That the warmth of the sun feels good, and it feels good to be around somebody who is radiating out the divine energy and divine love. But you had, like I was talking about this thing with Megyn Kelly and Botox, and my wife and I were watching some Botox commercial for migraines, and they were listing all the side effects, which I'll, hopefully remember to cover in my next video. But in that, like I was saying, people want to be lied to about their appearance, but then they are upset when people lie to them because they're like, well, you're lying. There's some level of it on, people that are saying what you want to hear or telling you what you want to hear, and, people post a picture on Facebook and use a filter, and they're feeling like shit about themselves, and they're always like, oh, you look so good, this kind of thing. And they're not addressing what's going on inside of them, that they feel like a piece of shit, right? So it's like there's just layers and layers of deception even in these interpersonal interactions and personal manipulations to create, results and outcomes and responses that will, continue the facade, continue the lie, right? The mirror on the wall. Trump wants everyone to tell him how great he is. Like, anybody who doesn't say how great he is has to be, thrown out of the fucking kingdom in some way and disenfranchised and deplatformed and whatever, right? So, this is what we're dealing with now, active deception. But underneath all that, you have the ability to see through the lies. Everybody does, and that's all you need. You don't need so-called facts and whatever it might be. When you're distorting reality, or your reality has been distorted, and there's all this disinformation out there, and you want to be lied to. You don't want to hear the truth about your collapsing system, or the candidate that you like, or the party, or the people, the group that you identify with. And so when you're, everyone is working constantly to distort reality and to make their inner beliefs be factual in some way, then there's no facts that can reverse that. You've all experienced this with sheeple that can't see things, right? When everyone should be able to look at something and go, yeah, that's bullshit. So this is what I'm talking about. And when you see something that's bullshit and then you sort of talk yourself out of it because, I mean, like I said before, that posting shit about truth or stuff isn't worth dying over. Like, it isn't worth being a truther or saying truthful stuff if you're going to get killed or even suffer in some way that's, like be ostracized in some way. Like, it's just not worth that stuff. Because the stuff that you're saying, people aren't going to even resonate with or understand or hear. And they can't do anything about it. We have a dying system, so, everyone can lighten up about it. The outcome is already there in front of us. Like, the system's going to, it's going to collapse from the weight of its own depravity. It's an unnatural demonic system. And even if it was a great system, everything has everything has a death. Everything has a destruction date. And, everything changes, so it's not even like it has to be 100% destroyed, but, it changes. It's going to have to change, and, things are going to have to change here. And, America isn't going to be number one forever, and that's like, if we're even number one now, everything, like, changes. And you're not going to live forever, and neither are any of these systems and things that you like. And so everything can be, even the things that you love and wish you could preserve forever have to go away at some point. And certainly the things that you dislike or hate or you despise, those things aren't going to last forever either. So you don't have to be, such a dick about everything, right? Like, you don't have to be such a hard ass about it. Just, lighten up, Francis. I talked about the meditation that I do, the Stajmark meditation. And there was 3 masters, and the last master, Chargy, was like this amazing person. Very capable person, good at everything. And he was micromanaging the system, and a lot of people were pretty shitty about it. Like, they were looking to exploit this. The system was, through donations and through volunteer work and efforts, was accumulating properties, mostly in India, but globally, and following. And there was people wanted to exploit that, just like anything else. They wanted to get a piece of it. People who were practitioners of the system with maybe some spiritual tendencies, but also, material depravity. And this guy, Dodgy, became the master of the system. He turned out to be a piece of shit. And there are a lot of pieces of shit around him, these guys. They were all kind of rich Indian guys, most of them. And they were, they were all looking to morph the system and make it more stupid materialistic, right? And, just goofy shit, and it's fallen apart. And all these people, many of them are saintly, spiritual people with past lives as spiritual people, have not been able to navigate or negotiate this situation. Like, some part of them knows it sucks, and Dodgy's a piece of shit, but they can't deal with it, and they're lying to themselves, and they found their own way to cope. There's one guy I call the Dodgy Truther, and he really dislikes Dodgy, and he's posting shit on Facebook all the time to make a joke of the system. And, he's still a part of it, though. He's still part of the organization. I've learned to connect to the practice through my own, connect to divinity through my own individual connection without needing the organization anymore, because the organization's shit. But this guy, the Dodgy Truther, sends me stuff every once in a while. And he sent me this thing, the Heartfulness thing was trying to break the Guinness Book of World Record for the most people meditating at the same time. And he sent me the thing last night, and it said they had reached 357,635 people. And they made a video, and they had a person from the Guinness Book of World Records there, some woman from Austria or wherever they have that, verifying that they'd done it. But there's no way they did it, because their video now has 800,000 views. The video that was supposed to break the record. Everyone meditating at the same time. They had 300, and I think they had the old record, which, Dodgy won this award, some Indian award, called the Puda Bhusham Award. And it's something you can buy. Like, you buy it, right? You buy this award. You basically bribe the people who give it. And that's what I've been told by these people who know that he's a piece of shit. But in the Sizemore system, it's about who you are spiritually. It's your relationship with God. There's no awards for it. There's no plaques. There's no records. Are people able to sincerely meditate? And the transmission, this divine energy that comes from the system and the cleaning that goes with it, your heart is cleaned and then you receive this divine energy in the meditations. And, some people have been able to feel it and experience it. On the Gratefulness meditation, I've linked this free, practice, this website I've made. A YouTube channel. And it has an explanation of how to do the practice and these individual and group sittings you can do and these things to, connect with this energy. And you either feel it or you don't. And you either, it's very subtle and it's something where, over time people feel it and then you still have to stick with it. You have to commit to the practice. Like I was saying in the last, I've meditated over 24,000 hours, and and then all the times I think about God during the day, all the, whatever it might be, like all the, all this, like if right now this is a part of my spiritual practice, it's going into the journey series, like this kind of thing, hours a day, right? And so, it's a commitment to connect to God and think about these things and, ruminate on it and meditate on it and all this stuff. And you feel the transmission in these sittings and you don't feel him in dodgy sittings anymore. Like he's disconnected from the, the source of the, the energy. And so, the record means nothing. And so this guy, Dodgy Truther, sent me this last night. And then this morning, they have a different, he's in India. And he sent me a bunch of like Indians celebrating, like, Goofy in movies and, like, how they do this dance or whatever, like it's this goofy heartfulness thing that they're doing. And it's, it's all supposed to be subtle and internalized. It's a system that, for the meditation itself, you have your physical life, you have your external life, you have your job and your family and, whatever it is, right? You live a normal life. But for the practice, it's all about what's inside and going inside and shutting out the outside world and connecting to the divinity within you. That's the meditations, everything. There's no, celebration, no fireworks, no, there's no external kind of gaudiness, right? It's supposed to be subtle and simple. And, people used to go to this guy Babaji's house and meditate in northern India. And most of the people would come from the south. A lot of them would. And they weren't used to cold weather. When I was in Chennai, India, I was there for 3 years. And the coldest it ever got was 74 degrees a few mornings a year. Other than that, it was almost 80 all the time, sometimes in the 90s and hundreds. And there's places in India that get up to 120, like Vegas and stuff. But India's a hot country. But you go to North India, it gets to 40 degrees, even snow below, you get them to the mountains where the Himalayan mountains are. And Babaji lived in the northern part of India, and people weren't used to the cold. And they were sleeping on cement, like with newspaper. They go newspaper or maybe a cardboard box if they were lucky. To they'd come and he'd wake them up at 4 a.m. to meditate, like he was, they got up before dawn, and they'd meditate, and the meditations were fucking out of this world. But there was a guy who was a Canadian guy, and he described, Babaji built this building, like a cement building, so people could stay in it. Like he had no money, and he was a babu or a clerk. He had this compound that he inherited from his family. His dad was like a lawyer. So he had this, house area that he had a courtyard, and, and people would come to his house, and he would feed them with very simple food. And they would wake up, and they'd have these, out of this world meditations. But the physical conditions were like horrible. Like, people were coming from America and coming from Europe and sleeping on this cement floor. And this guy said, they had built this building that was supposed to be better for Western people, for people in America, Europe and things, that they would, better accommodations than what they had before. And he said that one day they decided to clean it up because it's filled with dirt and dust and things. And they swept it out. They have these brooms that are like a bunch of sticks put together, and people squat down and they sweep, like you see it happen in India all the time. And they cleaned the building, he said, and then a wind blew in from their fields. They were close to some, some farms there, and all this dust just immediately made the place dirty, right? Like it was, they couldn't keep it clean. It was just, primitive living, primitive, primitive accommodations. And, but it was simple, and that was what the system was supposed to be. Because you were focusing on the inside. It was supposed to be uncomfortable. The outside was, wasn't supposed to be a distraction. But they've built these gardens, and, the places have gotten nicer, the ashrams. They're botanical gardens. They're beautiful places. And, there's a 5-star hotel now at the main ashram in Hyderabad and all this stuff. And, the more it gets like that, the more that people, get pulled out to the material world and forget about why they're there. And, and to the point where Dodgy and his corruption and this thing has made the thing fall. And I'm saying this because of what I said earlier. All these people that were in the system, they see it. Like if I see it, they see it. Like they know. Like and they've just gone along with it. And many of them, like I said, are better people than me, spiritual people. Their commitment, their work ethic, they've just, driving. We used to have people that would come and drive 4 hours, 5 hours from Washington, D.C., or come up from North Carolina when my family lived in Virginia, and give all of us who did the practice there sittings, because there's no local preceptor, right? There are people who would work a job, and then they would have people come over at night, and they would give these sittings. So they would work a full-time job, and then they would spend their free time, 3-4 hours a night, doing this meditation with people. And donating money to the organization and doing all this stuff. The amount of work that people did was phenomenal, and the amount of work that Master Charji did was not believable. His capacity, what his overall workload, and all this stuff that he did. And all those people are devoted, good people, and they are, they're unable to call a fucking piece of shit, right? Like they can't do it, partly because of their cultural issues, and they go along with the deception, and they just keep their mouths shut, and they plug along, because that's what people do, and it's a sad thing to see, and that's what I've seen with the truth community and everything else, that people want to more often than not will capitulate with the lies and negate the truth that's inside them that they can so easily see, but it's just too painful or too hard to believe. All right, so now this is officially done, this video. Only spirituality will save this world. It's Paramano, definitely point for the apocalypse and the ascension. Everyone have a blessed day and be grateful.